Magua, Panule Rosham, stand up, Peace, Jerusalem. Blessing of the Sabbath. Barakatha Yahweh, Bashem, Yahweh, Asherah, Nathanawa, Ashabah, Bashalawam, the water, Amen. Blessed are you, Yahweh, the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, Sophia. The Alim Ma'asharai Machab, Psalms 121. Anya Rayam Ayam Oh Harim Mayan Yabawa Zarya Yabawa Maya Shasha Shamayam Warataza La Yanathan Lamawat Ragalia Yala Yanawam Shashramarka and La Yanawam Wala Yeshan Shashumar Yasharale Yahweh Shamar Yahweh Tazawi Ayo Yim Yawamam Mashamash La Hakaya Wayarak La Balayala Yahweh Yashamar Makab Ra Yashamar Napashe Yahweh Yashamar Habalakye Wabawa Aye my Thay wa Aid I Willam Basham Yahweh for what Amen.
Psalms 121. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Shemaiah Asherah, hear, O Israel. Shemaiah Asherah, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Akkad. Shemaiah Asherah, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Akkad. Shemaiah Asherah, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Akkad.
Deuteronomy 6:4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Amen.
Amen. Tapala Yahweh, the Lord's Prayer. Abinawa Shabbat Shemayim Kudash Hayye Shamke Yahweh Malakwavka Taba'a Rotazawanka Hayye Aisha Barataza Kaba Shemayim Nathanawa Lakham Yawam Sad Wasalaknawa Kabawaknawa Kasalachnawa Kabawaknawa Wala Abiyanawa Oh Nasaiwan Abo Hawashinawa Murai Kaya Laka Hamalakwa Wa Allah Wa Thaparath Wa Walam Haman.
Matthew 6:9. As this manner therefore pray, our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. Aisha Ramatazawa, 10 Commandments. La Yahaya Lakab Alahayim Akarim Alpanyat La Daisha Lakab Paso Wala Thaibadam La Talakwaka Shamwa, Yahweh, Alahayaka, Lashua, Zakar, Af, Hayawam, Hashabath, Lakodashwa, Kabad, Abiyaka, Wa Amaka, La'ad, Taratazak, La'ad, Tana'at, La'ad, Taganat, La'ad, Tainad, Shakur, La'ad, Tachamat, Kal, Asherat, Lara'ika, Aman.
Exodus 22. I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and holiday. Honor thy father and thy mother, that the days may belong upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Aman. Shabbat, please be seated. Barakateh Yahweh, Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai, Shiran, within an hour, Pari Agapin, throughout Aman. La Yahweh, Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai, Yasharella. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. I'm Mike Wide, Planuway Rockland, standing face Jerusalem. Barakateh Yahweh, Haggadah, Rakawam, Abiyah, Wanawah, Eliyawan, Malak, Shal, Shamayim, Warataza, Wakau, Dabarim, Kayayim, Wagam, Amashiach, Mayahawa, Arawanawa, Ahabnawa, Hapala, Yawaitaza, Yahawasha, Zakarnawa, Yahawa, Bartazawan, Ainka, Yash'ala, Izarnawa, Bana, what's up? Yash'ala, oh, Nanawa, Yam Yam, Aifa, Kayawam Yam, Makwadam, Babakusha, Shalak, Mike Allah, Watazwadak, Alahayim, La, Maganawa, Raparnawa, Washamar, Idlenawa, Bakur, Shalak, Karoka, Shau, Yahweh, Lanawa, Lamanawa, Rabiim, Kakamath, Tabawana, Wada Ike, Shada Barka Basham Yahweh for Watham Yet Waiwalam Maman. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, the great, merciful, mighty, terrible, most high power, King of heaven and earth and all things living, and also the anointed from Yahweh, our Lord, our friend, the wonderful counselor, Yahweh Shai. Remembers Yahweh favorably your people Israel. Help us build and gather Israel. Most high, we beg you right now, like the days of old. Please send Michael and righteous powers to protect us, heal us, and watch over us. Mainly send the spirit of Yahweh Shai to us to teach us much wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of thy word. In the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, always and forever, so be it. Repeat the Hebrew only. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law. Barakata Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, HaTorat. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see. Barakata Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Award, Lara Awat. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people. Barakata Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Karan, Hayo, Lakorat, Ha'aim. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Barakata Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Natan Lanawa, Hasheman, Zayeth, Lamashak, Yasha Allah, Shabbat. Please be seated. Okay, so Shalom Yasharallah. So Shalom everybody that's here in Philly. Shalom everybody watching us on live stream. And Shalom everyone listening in on the teleconference. Welcome to Ha Yashar Kanas, or the Congregation of Israel, where we teach that the descendants of slaves, as well as the indigenous peoples found throughout North, Central, South America, and the Caribbean, make up the southern and northern kingdoms of the 12 tribes of Israel, respectively, and that we as a people have fallen to a lower state, politically, economically, religiously, because we broke the laws of God found in the Bible, given to us by Moses, and that we come out of this lower state that we've fallen to by turning back these commandments we broke by following Jesus the Christ, right? Or as we say in the Hebrew, Yahweh Shah HaMashiach. And when we do that is by keeping the Sabbath holy every seventh day of the week. Today is special because not only are we in the Feast of Dedication, second to last day, but we're also keeping the 10th new moon as well, as you see in the Bible in the scrolling marquee. So kind of like three things going on at once. You got the new moon, meaning it's a Sabbath. So all the laws of the Sabbath apply. Say you can cook on a new moon since it's a feast also. And it's a feast week. So even if it wasn't the new moon, we could still cook, because anytime we have a feast week, right, you can cook throughout all those days, even if that includes a Sabbath or a 7-day Sabbath rest, a day of rest. So we talk about these laws, during our classes. We go into more details if folks have questions. But that's more or less the overview of what's going on today. My name is Nabi Azar Babal. I have the pleasure and privilege of going through today's lesson. We're going to be going through, as you guys can see, Second Chronicles, chapters 7 and 8. And let me make sure I update that. I'll put that in the scrolling marquee now. Two different ones, but let me see. Maybe I can combine them all into one. And what I have in the Hebrew there, it says Shabbat, which is Shabbat, and then Shabla wa ma, Shalom. So Sabbath, peaceful, Ya Sha'ra'Allah, or Ya Sha'Allah Israel. Let's see here. I'll update the scroll marquee to say chapters that we're reading so you guys can follow along, not just with the title bar, but also with the scrolling marquee. There it is. Let me just update this real quick with second Chronicles 7 and 8 and show. Okay, there we go. All right, let's begin. So this is Second Chronicles chapter 7. And verse 1. If we remember last time, a couple weeks ago, we were reading about reading in Chronicles. Solomon was dedicating the temple and all the different trappings inside to the Lord, right? And asking that God be with our people throughout the ages, especially if we were to go astray or to fall to some sort of a mischief or hardship. He asked that the Lord would pretty much have mercy upon us and be with us if we were to go through hardship and we turn back to him and say, Lord, please have mercy upon us, have mercy upon your children, that he would maintain our cause no matter where we are in the earth, right? So that's what he had asked of the Lord in that prayer we read. I think Kambakwada talked about it too, as far as there being like 7 things he pretty much had named or that he had made reference to as far as situations that pretty much cover or stand the test of time, to where even though we're in the modern era, men going to and fro now being priests, we still can look to this prayer and it's just as relevant then as it is now, as our people as well as the nations, they suffer the same way. Right? Temptation will always be temptation. No new invention or no innovation can change that. Whether it be access to water or food or clothing or health, right? These are things that still remain paramount, things that we still need, things that are still our necessity. But we have been reminded to acknowledge that the Most High is one that provides these things, not anything that man builds with his hands. If anything, the Most High gives man the ability to build with his hands, anything that we enjoy from then till now. So Second Chronicles chapter 7 and verse 1. It reads, and when Solomon had made an end of praying, the fire came down from heaven and consumed the burnt offering and the sacrifices, and the glory of Yahweh filled the house. We're talking about the Most High's glory manifesting itself like a cloud, right? Like a fog, and how the Most High's Elohim, his spirits, his chariots can reside within those clouds, and they can come in the cloud where the cloud itself can reside. So when we talk about the Most High and his host, right, they have power over the elements, right? They can cause these things to happen, which we might call or consider miraculous, right? As far as the Most High manifesting his glory anywhere he chooses, but here this is for a special occasion. But look at also what it says. It says that fire itself came down from heaven and consumed the burnt offering that they set up. So it wasn't like someone of the house of Aaron had to strike a match or strike 2 stones together. Most High caused the fire to come down, right? So that's an awesome thing to behold. That's something Most High always does, right? It's usually to show his acknowledgement of something righteous that we did, or he usually does that to show his judgment or his wrath upon people, whether it be our nations we're up against or even entire cities. We have different examples in history. The Most High set fire falls down. One we can write down, I guess we could say we could write down in particular just for this verse. You can link this with 1 Kings. A lot is going to parallel with 1 Kings chapter 8. First Kings chapter 8, starting from verse 54, where he's making his prayer here at this time. But yeah, First Kings chapter 8 and verse 54. Also, you can link Leviticus where this happened before. This is Leviticus chapter 9. Leviticus chapter 9. He's going to read, you can read from 15 down to 24, but really verse 24 is the key part, where Aaron's doing his offerings for himself in his house. He does the sin offering, a burnt offering for himself, and offerings for the people. Right. This being after all the different chapters that came before, where we're given pretty much the recipes for how to do all the different offerings of the Lord, whether it be the burnt offering, the meat offering, the peace offering, the fuel offering, the sin offering, trespass offering, drink offerings, etc., etc. That was all in these previous chapters. So kind of bringing it all together. And now he's executing this. But now the Most High causes this miracle to happen at this time too. In verse 24, where it reads, "And there came a fire out from before Yahweh and consumed up on the altar the burnt offering, and the fat, which when all people saw, they shouted and fell on their faces." Right? So a very amazing, a very miraculous event taking place here. And we see this happening again for Solomon and what he set up when he set the temple up to take it to that next level, as far as going even beyond the tabernacle. So taking the glory of the tabernacle and then acknowledging the glory of the temple would do even beyond that. So it's just a way of the Most High showing his pleasure and his approval of what we're doing here. But yeah, you can just write down those two verses. So that's Leviticus chapter 9 and verse 24. But now if we go back to verse 2 and continue on, so now chapter 7 and verse 2, it reads, "And the priest could not enter the house of the Lord because the glory of the Lord filled the Lord's house." Right? So talking about the Lord's glory, like we said, how the Most High, Christ, the Elohim, they can manifest themselves in different ways. And with this glory, it was like the weight that you couldn't really stand against it, you couldn't really resist it. Right? Almost like a force that this mist was having. Right? It just wasn't just like a foggy day, if you will. But it says that they couldn't even stand in the house while this manifestation was taking place. But just another testament to the Most High's power and how the Most High was pretty much dealing with us at this time when it came to this temple and how they set it back up. And we saw this also in the previous chapter. You can just write down chapter 5 of 2 Chronicles in verse 14. I'll start from verse 11, but 14 is the key verse to link with chapter 7 and verse 2. 2 Chronicles 5 and 11, it says, "It came to pass when the priests were come out of the holy place, for all the priests that were present were sanctified and did not then wait by course. Also the Levites, which were the singers, all of them of Asaph, of Heman, of Jeduthun, with their sons and their brethren, being arrayed in white linen, having cymbals, psalteries, and harps, stood at the east end of the altar, with them 120 priests, sounding with trumpets." It says, "It came even to pass as the trumpeters and singers were as one, to make one sound to be heard, in praising and thanking Yahweh. And when they lift up their voice with the trumpets, cymbals, instruments of music, and praising Yahweh, saying, For he is good, and his mercy endure forever. That then," remember that's very similar to Psalms 136, which I know we referenced last time too. You read about that psalm, each verse ending with his mercy endure forever. But as they were doing those songs, it says that even the house was filled with a cloud, even the house of Yahweh, so that the priest could not stand to minister by reason of the cloud, for the glory of Yahweh had filled the house of God. Right? So similar situation here we see after they dedicated the temple, and Solomon made his final prayer and a request unto the Lord. So, just imagine like, the force behind this cloud to where the priest couldn't even go in, right? Like a heavy mist or a fog. But like I said, not just like any mist or fog on a foggy day. Just a way to try to visualize what's going on here. But now, reading on in verse 3, sorry about that. So now this is verse 3. It says, "And when all the children of Israel saw how the fire came down and the glory of Yahweh upon the house, they bowed themselves with their faces to the ground upon the pavement and worshiped and praised Yahweh, saying, For he is good, his mercy endure forever." Right? So that same prayer we were just talking about, and I referenced it before, but to link with 7 and 3, this is Psalms 136. You make a reference to Psalms 136, really the whole psalm, but you read a couple of verses, you'll pretty much see the idea. You'll see the pattern as far as what it's talking about. This is Psalms 136, the link with verse 3. A good psalm to read at any time, but especially this time dedicating the temple unto the Most High, where it reads, "Give thanks unto Yahweh, for he is good. His mercy endureth forever." Right? So the Most High is good, as is his law. It says in verse 2, "Oh, give thanks unto the God of gods, the power of powers, for his mercy endure forever. Oh, give thanks to the Lord of lords, for his mercy endure forever. To him who alone doeth great wonders, for his mercy endure forever. To him that by wisdom made the heavens, for his mercy endure forever. To him that stretcheth out the earth above the waters, for his mercy endure forever. To him that made great lights, for his mercy endure forever." So as you see, giving all these props to the Lord for all the things, the wonderful things that he's created, right? Going back to, we read about him making all the different things in Genesis, right? That we acknowledge today. It says, the sun to rule by day, for his mercy endure forever. The moon and the stars to rule by night, for his mercy endure forever. And as you go down, it goes into all different things he did for us, namely delivering us from Egypt and things of that nature. But definitely, like I said, a good psalm to read, the Psalm 136, as you see it's being referenced here, or that sentiment being referenced here in 2 Chronicles chapter 7. But let's continue on. 2 Chronicles chapter 7. Now I'm in verse 4, where it reads, then the king and all the people offer sacrifices before Yahweh. 7 and 4. You can just link it with the 1 Kings. 1 Kings chapter 8 and verse 62. We're saying the same thing there, right? As far as us offering sacrifices, the king included. But yeah, in 1 Kings chapter 8 and verse 62, between 1 Kings 8 and 1 Kings 9, we'll see a lot of parallels between these two chapters. As we read this in past services, but this is 1 Kings 8 and 62. It says, and the king and all Israel with him offered sacrifices before Yahweh. And then we read on in 2 Chronicles 7 and 5. That's going to link with 1 Kings 8 and 63. So let me just get my bookmark and put it in 1 Kings 8, just because I know I'll be coming back here probably the most today for this service. But now in 2 Chronicles 7 and 5, it reads, and King Solomon offered a sacrifice of 20 and 2,000 oxen and 120,000 sheep. So the king and all the people dedicated the house of God. So, talk about a housewarming party, right? We do little housewarming parties. We get like a new apartment or a new house or something like that, a new residence. But imagine this housewarming party we do for the Most High and for his house. Just think about the level it needs to be on, even beyond what we might do for one another, right? 1 Kings 8 and 63, it says, and Solomon offered a sacrifice of peace offerings, which he offered unto Yahweh, 220,000 oxen and 120,000 sheep. So the king and all the children of Israel dedicated the house of Yahweh. So once again, 1 Kings 8, paralleling 2 Chronicles 7. But that was 1 Kings 8, 62 and 63 to link with 2 Chronicles chapter 7, 4 and 5. But now reading on in verse 6, it reads, and the priests waited on their offices, the Levites also with instruments of music of Yahweh, which David the king had made to praise Yahweh, because his mercy endured forever. When David praised by their ministry, and the priests sounded trumpet before them, and all Israel stood. So now we have all the priests pretty much set up to carry out their particular ministries. So with 7 and verse 6, we read this before too. This is in 1 Chronicles. 1 Chronicles chapter 15. First Chronicles chapter 15, you start in verse 16, and as you go down, it goes into who's appointed in those different positions. Yes. So First Chronicles chapter 15 and verse 16 reads, and David spake to the chief of the Levites to appoint their brethren to be singers with instruments of music, psalteries, and harps, cymbals, sounding by lifting up the voice with joy. As you go down, it goes into the names and what they were appointed to do. So, First Chronicles chapter 15 and verse 16. Let's go back. Also, as far as the priests, we read this last time in 2 Chronicles chapter 5. 2 Chronicles chapter 5 and We read through this already when we read verse 14, but verse 12 again to link with 2 Chronicles 7 and 6. This is 2 Chronicles chapter 5 and verse 12. It reads, also Levites, which were the singers, all of them, Asaph, of Heman, of Jeduthun, with their sons and their brethren, being arrayed in white linen, having cymbals and psalteries and harps, stood at the east end of the altar, and with them 120 priests sounding with trumpets. So going into those arrangements again. But let's go back to 2 Chronicles 7. Let's continue on in verse 7 now, where it reads, more was Solomon hallowed. Remember, hallowed just means to make something holy, right? More was Solomon hallowed, the middle of the court that was before the house of Yahweh, for there he offered burnt offerings and the fat of the peace offerings, because the brazen altar which Solomon had made was not able to receive the burnt offerings and the meat offerings and the fat, right? So had so much, it was taking up so much space as far as all the offerings that were being brought in. They needed like an overflow area to keep the offerings before they'd be offered up. So at least they had some space they could use as an overflow area, since the altar burnt offering just had like an overabundance, just different offerings folks were bringing of different animals and things like that. So once again, just a phenomenal grand opening when it comes to this temple, and a great showing forth of praise by all these offerings that we were bringing forth, the king included. So quite something to behold, quite something to observe if you were there, right? Maybe we were there in our pre-generation, right, when we were here before through our ancestors. You never know. But now you could link this with 2 Chronicles 4 and 1, where it talks about the altar of brass. You can link that with chapter 7 and verse 7. So with the 2 Chronicles 7 and 7, you can link it with 4 and 1, where it reads, moreover, we made an altar of brass, 20 cubits the length thereof, and 20 cubits the breadth thereof, and 10 cubits the height thereof, as far as the length with the height. And then as you go down, it goes to the other devices that they had built for the temple, very similar to what we have for the tabernacle. So it included the altar. They even had a thing called a molten sea that they built, like a very large basin. They even had brazen lavers that they filled with water, but more than what they might have had for the tabernacle. But they had to pretty much accommodate the larger size, but built in similar fashion to accommodate the priests and the people. But back in 2 Chronicles 7, now we're in 8. 2 Chronicles chapter 7 and verse 8 now, it reads, also at the same time Solomon kept the feast 7 days, and all Israel with him, a very great congregation, from the entering of Hamath into the river of Egypt, right? So looking on the map, we look at where Hamath into the river of Egypt, going into the expanse of our kingdom, right? Where it had pretty much went, was supposed to be between the 4 rivers, but because of our lack of following the Lord fully as a people, it expanded, but then it would contract at times. Or we may have had a certain region that was ours, but then we hadn't totally overthrown Canaan that was in that region. It would still reside, and there's stories behind that too, which we'll touch on that a little bit later. But yeah, if you think about how far empire expanded at this point, right? It was supposed to really in its fullness be between the 4 rivers. So it went all the way down to the Nile, right? As far as eastward, westward, but then as far as going eastward, it went all the way over to the Euphrates, right? We go back to Genesis, we talk about the 4 rivers, right? But just showing you just how big this was, how large this procession was, and everybody that was involved, everybody that was celebrating, like this was a really big deal. Like I said, think of just like a housewarming party, but just multiplied by the hundreds, right? Hundredfolds and beyond as far as it being a housewarming for the Most High. So many people, large amount of place that we celebrating in, right? Like I said, it may be hard to imagine an event like this. We may have seen carnal examples where it's maybe like a concert. We have so many people that are there celebrating, but you have to think of this but from a righteous standpoint, right? Celebrating something for the Most High, which just puts it on that much of a higher level. But now, reading on in verse 9, verse 8, so you can link chapter 7 and 8. You could link that with 1 Kings 8 also. I know we keep mentioning 1 Kings 8. But verse 65. 1 Kings 8 and 65, where it says, and at that time, once again, 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 65 to link with 2 Chronicles 7 and 8. At that time, Solomon held a feast, and all Israel with him, a great congregation, from the entering of Hamath into the river Egypt, before Yahweh our power, 7 days, and 7 days, even 14 days. So going into how long we had the feast all together, right? Very similar to what we I think read last night concerning the 2 weeks when it came to acknowledging the Most High. So it was a great long festival, right? 14 days that we celebrated at this time when it came to the temple being finished. But back in 2 Chronicles chapter 7, I'll read verse 9, go along with that. It says, and the 8th day they made a solemn assembly, for they kept the dedication of the altar 7 days, and the feast 7 days, right? That's the 14 days altogether. We just read in 1 Kings 8. It says, and on the 23rd day of the 7th month, he sent the people away into their tents, glad and merry in heart, for the goodness that Yahweh showed unto David and to Solomon and to Israel, his people, right? So we see now the time of year that it was during the time of the tabernacle. They pretty much combined the normal feast that we would have kept, but then another 7 days on top of that, right? To thank the Lord and to keep the day that he had given us already, going back to when we were in Egypt, making it 14 days all together. And finally, it says the 7th and 23rd month, that's when we finally, went back to our dwellings, went back to where we were situated from, where we traveled from, in our different cities and lands and things like that. Like I said, just the magnitude of a celebration, a holiday like this, it's really something to behold, something to consider, right? One of those tabernacles that's probably, we'll go through all the history, and we'll probably do this in the kingdom too, maybe through a vision or sign, maybe be shown through the spirit what these old celebrations were like and who were there, who we were when these things were happening. So now reading on in, I guess we could link this too. Link this with verse 9, 7 and 9. This is Leviticus 23. Leviticus 23 being the famous chapter that has the holy days in there. Leviticus 23, the whole section is 33 down to 44 that goes into the Feast of Tabernacles. But I'm just going to read verse 36. So Leviticus 23 and 36, where it says, 7 days ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. On the 8th day shall be a holy convocation unto you. Ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. It is a solemn assembly, and ye shall do no servile work therein. right? So it's going into the those 8 days, right? We come together on the first day and on the 8th day for Holy Convocation. But it's like that combined with the thanks and appreciation and the celebration going forth for the temple itself. So it was like a double celebration, hence the 22 days altogether. And they finally decided to end on the 23rd day of the month. So they started before the feast and then they continued on into the feast, making that 14 days altogether. And then they finally finished, like it says, on the 23rd day. So they kept the memorial blowing the trumpets and the Day of Atonement, more than likely, and then they just within that Day of Atonement, they were probably that week before the 14th day of even. They were celebrating or dedicating the temple, and then they just went right into the Feast of Tabernacles for that and celebrated those extra 7 days or 8 days. But still, First Kings, they go back to Second Chronicles chapter 7. And this is verse 11. So chapter 7, verse 11 of Second Chronicles. Thus Solomon finished the house of Yahweh and the king's house, and all that came into Solomon's heart to make in the house of Yahweh, and in his own house he prosperously affected. Right? So, like that question we read about last night, where David said, "Look at this! I have a house of cedar, but now look at the Lord. His he doesn't even have a house to dwell in." So now that vision that David had way back when in 2 Samuel 7, we see that Solomon was able to fulfill this to where, as Solomon receives his glory as our righteous king, he still made sure to make sure the Most High's glory was set up, right, and established. Because, there's no glory beyond that can go beyond the house of the Lord, right? This is, they talk about in the world, the 7 wonders of the world, talking about the great things that people have built over the ages, different empires. This is the wonder of the world, right? This temple that was built. And we're going to get to rebuild what was destroyed in the kingdom going forward. But as far as history, this is the wonder. We just don't have it as a memorial because it was destroyed due to our transgression as a people. But very important to acknowledge here this very historic event. You can link this with the 1 Kings 9 and 1. 1 Kings 9 and 1, where it reads, "And it came to pass when Solomon had finished the building of the house of Yahweh, and the king's house, and all Solomon's desire, which he was pleased to do." Right? And as you read on, it goes into Solomon having a vision, which is going to be similar to what we read here in 2 Chronicles 7. Let's go back to 2 Chronicles 7. It says in verse 12, back in 2 Chronicles 7, "And Yahweh appeared to Solomon by night, and he said to him, I have heard thy prayer, and have chosen this place to serve for an house for sacrifice." So the Most High is acknowledging Solomon's prayer, his request, right? And as far as choosing a place for himself, this goes back to Deuteronomy. You can look 7 and 12. This is Deuteronomy chapter 5. Sorry, not 5, chapter 12 and verse 5. So Deuteronomy chapter 12. Deuteronomy chapter 12 and verse 5, it reads, But unto the place which Yahweh your power shall choose out of all your tribes to put his name there, even into his habitation shall you seek, and thither thou shalt come. So the Most High in his infinite foreknowledge knew about where the temple would be set up in future time. We already had eye for that place even before that, even back during this time. So it may seem like a long time for us, but the Most High works on his time to remember, like the scriptures say, one day with the Lord is 1,000 years for us, and 1,000 years for us is like one day for him. But Deuteronomy 12 and 5, talking about that place, which we know is Jerusalem, and within Jerusalem, Mount Zion, where we had built our temple. But really, it was the Most High's temple, right? He gave us the privilege to build it for him. And now that's Deuteronomy 12 and 5 to go with 2 Chronicles 7 and 12. But now back in 2 Chronicles 7, let's read on in 13. So 2 Chronicles 7 and 13 reads, if I shut up heaven that there be no rain, or if I command the locusts to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people, right? So going into the curses the Most High said he put upon us if we didn't keep his commandments. Remember this in Deuteronomy 28, right? Deuteronomy 28. And I'll read verse 22. Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 22, where it reads, the Lord, or Yahweh in the Hebrew, shall smite thee with a consumption, and with a fever, and with an inflammation, with an extreme burning, and with the sword, which you'll see sword, it also can mean drought. Think of like a sword being laid to the to plants, and with blasting, and with mildew, and they shall pursue thee until thou perish. We know Deuteronomy 28, Leviticus 26, a key chapter we go to as a reference for the curse the Most High would put upon us for disobedience. But now in Leviticus 26, to go what we read in Deuteronomy 28 and 22, this Leviticus 26 and verse 16, where it reads, I also will do this unto you. I will even appoint over you terror, consumption, and the burning ache that shall consume the eyes and cause sorrow of heart. And ye shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it. Right? So just going into the misfortune that can befall us if we don't obey, right? And even when we do obey, the Most High can have things fall upon us just to prove us, right? See, we're going to trust in him and lean on him in a time of crisis, instead of what we might see sometimes where our rulers would lean upon other men, or lean upon their wealth or riches, or lean upon physicians, or put other things before God when it comes to getting some sort of relief for suffering or damages that we've undergone. But now back in 2 Chronicles chapter 7, I'm in verse 14 now, right? 2 Chronicles 7 and 14, it says, if my people which are called by thy name shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. So this verse is quite a relief in that before we know that Solomon had asked the Lord of this, right, that he do these things for us. We read in the Chronicles last time. But now at least we're getting a response from the Lord saying, yes, I'm going to honor your request, and that as long as you repent and put away your idols or anything else you're dealing with, fornication, any type of wickedness, any type of uncleanness that you are partaking in, I'm going to be merciful upon you and turn things around and have mercy upon you. So this is Psalms 35. Psalms 34. I'm going to start from 13. Link this with 7 and 14. So Psalm 34 and 13, it reads, keep thy tongue from evil and thy lips from speaking guile. I think you were reading that, right? We're reading that in Ecclesiasticus, right? Last week, about the power of what we say, right? And being mindful of what we say and how far it goes and what it carries. And we're held to our words. It says, verse 14, depart from evil and do good, seek peace and pursue it. It's not just with our words, but our deeds too. We have to not do evil. We can't be talking about it as far as the right thing. We got to be about it too. Depart from evil and do good, right? We know the scriptures tell us that good, according to the scriptures, is the laws, statutes, and commandments, right? It says in verse 15, just to go along with what we're reading right now, it says, the eyes of Yahweh are upon the righteous, and his ears are open unto their cry. See that? So when we talk about the eyes of the Lord, we're talking about his host, right? The scriptures tell us in the Psalms, in this chapter and the previous chapter, you go up to verse 7, it says, the angel of the Lord encampeth round about them that fear him, and delivereth them, right? And you say, okay, the angel of the Lord encampeth around them. Okay, but now what's it got to do with the eyes? So if you go from 34 and 7 back to 33 and 18, it says in Psalms 33 and 18, behold, the eye of the Lord is upon them that fear him, upon them that hope in his mercy. See, there's that reference to Psalms 136 again, like we were reading when we first started. You see? So you see references being made to the eyes of the Lord. It's pretty much referring to the angels or the message of the Lord, his host. Even in the vision and Revelation, look at this last one. I'll go back to Psalms 34 and finish that. But even in this vision and Revelation, check this out. It uses that same parallel, that same image. And it's easy for us to relate to on a carnal level where we have organizations, rulers, and we'll send people out to be like scouts or spies or ambassadors. And they'll pretty much will observe and report, right? They'll go out into whatever land or jurisdiction they have power over, take things down, interact with the people, and then bring word back to their king. So think about that, but just on a higher spiritual level. When it comes to the third heaven, that the Most High will have his eyes out, pretty much observing everything. It's what the other nations would wish they could achieve with their technology advancements, try to track things with cameras and things like that, databases, but never on the level of the Most High's eyes, to where they don't just see what you do, they see down to the soul. They see your thoughts, your feelings, even before you take action. So man can only dream of achieving such a level of vision. This is Revelation. Revelation chapter 5. Revelation chapter 5 and verse 6. This is all still linking with chapter 7, verse 14 of 2 Chronicles. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still reading Psalm 34. I'm not finished there. So Revelation chapter 5 and verse 6. That's another link up. In John, the Revelator's vision, it reads, "And I beheld, and lo, in the midst of the throne and of the four beasts," right? Same as the ones Ezekiel saw in Ezekiel chapter 1. "And in the midst of the elders," talks about 24 elders above, "stood a lamb as it had been slain," representing Christ, "having 7 horns and 7 eyes," right? But who those 7 eyes represent? "Which are the 7 spirits of God sent forth unto all the earth." See that? So there's the eyes being parallel to the angels, not just any angels, but the 7 archangels. We know in the scriptures, 4 of them are named, right? But the other 3 aren't. And you have some books that claim to say what those names are, but we can't trust those. So be mindful, because in your bookstores, in your New Age section, you have a lot of different doctrines out there. They'll make references to things in scriptures, and they'll try to expound those things and say, yeah, see, God said this, but then the Bible's missing things. But this book goes into what the Bible didn't tell you. You got to watch out for that stuff. Because more times than not, it's not scripture, and therefore you can't lean on it. It could be a lie, it could be deception, and usually it is. You want to know what the other names of the angels are. We'll receive that knowledge of the kingdom. The key is to fear the Most High and to believe on His Son, right? As long as we have the Son, Christ, everything else will work out in our favor, right? And that knowledge, those things we know in part, prophesying part, it'll come clear in that day. But we have to be willing to wait and to hold on and to hold fast that which we have till He comes. So that was Revelations 5 and 6. But now back to Psalms 34. I'm going to read verse 15 again. Psalm 34 and 15, it reads, "The eyes of Yahweh are upon the righteous." We got this, write down who the eyes are. "And His ears are open unto their cry." Right, so He sees us, He hears us, but it says we have to be righteous. 16, "The face of Yahweh is against them that do evil, cut off the remembrance of them from the earth." So we can't petition unto the Lord if we got evil in our midst, right? We got to be seeking after His righteousness. Even if we've fallen away, we have to be willing to turn back to the Lord, even when we've fallen away, right? Not to be buried and wallow in misery and wallow in our shame of our regrets. To have regret for the wickedness that we may have done, that's an excellent start. But we have to start doing righteously. We can't just be, oh, woe is me, I shouldn't have said that, I shouldn't have did that. Oh, Most High, I guess I'm 2/3. No, every day that you wake up, that you give it another chance to do right. The idea is to do your best to try to walk and talk righteousness. It means you still got a chance. You still got an option to turn things around. Remember, being wise and turning men into righteousness gives us great opportunity. We read that in previous services and classes. We can cover multitudes of sins by changing our behaviors and by turning men into righteousness through whatever gifts we have, whether it be teaching or art or charitable works or different healings, whatever gifts we've been blessed with. The more we use those to turn others back and to warn others, we can then clear up our ledger, right? If our ledger has a lot of blots in it, So don't forget about the opportunity we have at the same time, even if we've done horrible things against God. So I'll stop there at verse, let me read 17. But this whole psalm is excellent. I'm just going to read 17 and go back to 2 Chronicles. It reads, "The righteous cry, and Yahweh heareth and delivereth them out of all their troubles." Right? So the Most High will save us, but the thing is, we have to be doing the right thing. Like we read that, I think, last Sabbath service, Psalm 37, where it talks about in verse 25, where David says, "I have been young and now I'm old, yet have I never seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging bread." Meaning, if you're following the Most High's commandments to the best of your ability, He's always going to find a way for you, no matter what befalls you, lost a job, or house burnt down, or whatever it might be. The Most High will always find a way for you to provide you food, clothing, shelters, right? Some sort of succor. But if you're not following His righteousness, then it really is a crapshoot to where you might be all right for a time, but there might be a time when you're just out there destitute, right? Sometimes it can be a hard pill to swallow when we deal with our people who have been homeless or who are currently homeless. But now we have to acknowledge the scriptures that they're not telling us a lie. So now in 2 Chronicles chapter 7, let's read on in 15. It reads, "Now mine eyes shall be open and my ears attend unto the prayer that is made in this place." Right? So like we read before about the Most High's eyes and ears, right? Hearing the righteous. So now we want to make sure we follow the Most High's righteousness so that His eyes and His ears receive us. We want to make sure our eyes and ears also on the verse we look for and seek to hear righteousness too. And we hope that the Most High hears and sees us and hears us when we pray unto Him. It says, "For now have I chosen and sanctified this house, that my name may be there forever, and mine eyes and mine heart shall be there perpetually." Right? So we can't ask for anything more, right? The Most High's eyes, that He see us, His ears, that He hears us, and His heart, that He acknowledge us, that He come through for us, because that's what you ask of us, the same thing, right? To link with what is read here, before I read verse 17, check this out. This is in Isaiah, right? Isaiah chapter 6. So Mosiah kind of holds a mirror up to us where He's like, look, you seek me with your eyes, your ears, and all your heart, your soul, your mind. I'll do the same to you. But if you do that against me, then you expect it to where I'm going to put that wall partition up, right? I'm going to go and return to my place until you acknowledge your offense and seek my face. And when you come back, if and when you come back, then I will acknowledge, and then I'll extend that branch unto you, that olive branch. This is Isaiah chapter 6 and verse 9. It reads, "And He said, Go and tell this people, hear ye indeed, understand not. See ye indeed, and perceive not, but perceive not." It says, "Make the heart of this people fat, and make their ears heavy, and shut their eyes, lest they see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, understand with their heart, and convert, and be healed." So that's what we got to do. We got to see it. We got to see it. We have to hear it to understand it. Those are the three key ways that we learn, right? Anything, but these are the key ways we learn righteousness, right? And this is how we become converted from whatever we were doing before that was in the world. Verse 11 says, "Then said I, Lord, how long?" He answered, "Till the cities be wasted without inhabitant, and the houses without man, and the land utterly desolate. And Yahweh have removed men far away. There be a great forsaking in the midst of the land." Right? So the Most High giving Isaiah that prophecy, as even Solomon's talking to the Lord about it. The hardships that we will face in the future. And for our remnant that come back to Him, even in the midst of those hardships, being rooted out of the land, being scattered, being sent all different places. Due to that disobedience, we decide to become obedient again, that the Most High's mercy endureth, that we're given another shot. Yeah, that's Isaiah chapter 6. I read 9 down to 12, but emphasis on verses 9 and 10 in particular, as far as the seeing with our eyes, hearing with our ears, and understanding with our heart, and being converted, right? That's, you'll hear them even make references to this now when it comes to modern education. They'll say, 3 ways the three key ways that students learn. They'll say visual, oral, and tactile. More or less just means learning by seeing, learning by hearing, and learning by doing, right? But we see it here in the scriptures. It was always there. But it's also the other senses through which we learn. We learn and we judge through all our senses, but those three being key as far as seeing, hearing, and then through touch or hands-on, right, through doing. But we see this here when it comes to us learning in the Most High's classroom, if you will, and being the teacher, us being the students. But let's go back to 2 Chronicles 7. Let's read on in verse 17. So all thanks be to the Most High that he's a man of his word. And like he says here, when it comes to Jerusalem, when it comes to Zion, when it comes to the temple, his eye will always be there, right? And his heart will be there perpetually. That's what he just told us. So no matter how bad things have gotten, even though it's overrun by strangers, other nations right now, the Most High will reestablish that place again in the future with those of us that walk that straight and narrow path and make Christ's team when Christ comes back, that are considered the great in the kingdom of heaven, will go back there and set things back up, and there won't be all the horrible things we see happening there now, from different wars, different fornications, things of that nature. It'll be established in righteousness again. Verse 17, it says, "And as for thee, thou wilt walk before me," so the Most High talking to Solomon again, "as David thy father walked, and do according to all that I commanded thee, and shalt observe my statutes and my judgments. Then will I establish the throne of thy kingdom according as I have covenanted with David thy father." Because remember, he had a contract with David that where he said he would do this, right? It says, saying, "There shall not fail thee a man to be a ruler in Israel," right? So the promise that the Most High made with David through his prophet Nathan way back when, he's making a reference back to this. So you can just verse 18, you write 2 Samuel chapter 7.
Right. Say this to me.
Let me just one second. Okay, you can bring it up now.
Also, when we look at promise that the Most High made with Solomon, you can see the same reference in 2 Chronicles chapter 6 and verse 2. And the Most High promised Solomon that his dynasty or his kingdom would last forever if the people, including himself, were to uphold their part of the contract. Unbeknown to him, in the people, as usually happens when we get overly excited, we don't pay attention to what is being said in the moment. Kind of like when we so anxious to get into buying a property, for example, and everything is stipulated in the contract, but we so excited to own the house, so-called own. We're so excited to get into that new property in that new house. Everything that they tell, we say yes, but we don't pay attention to everything that's nuances that's in the contract. We don't read that, but we excited. Later on, we're gonna find out, oh man, you're into a interest that's fluctuating. So the interest will fluctuate based on the market. Oh man, I didn't know that. You didn't tell me that. Now it wasn't in the contract. But you were too excited to get into that new property to call your friend and say, "Hey man, I just bought my new house." So that's kind of like the same thing with the temple. The temple was built, looking nice, immaculate, with all the details in it. We say yes, yes, Musa, will they agree? Then later on, unbeknown to Solomon and the people, they will transgress. And that kingdom or that dynasty would not be established forever. But yet, the Most High have a contract for the whole people that he said, the people, right, he would always be with the people no matter what. But as far as Solomon, if we didn't sin, which we know the Mosai foresee, he knew that we would sin. But unbeknown to him and the people, that dynasty would not last forever. It would fall because we will transgress. Then that would magnify Yahushua, who would be the one to keep that kingdom forever and ever. But in Solomon's mind, when you read 2 Chronicles 6 and 2, it was supposed to be forever. The buck will stop right there at that dynasty. But it did not stop there. We broke the Lord and we went into captivity.
So 2 Chronicles 6 and 2.
I'll read it real quick. It says, but I have built an house of habitation for thee in the place for thy dwelling forever. So that right there, he didn't have any inclination in his mind later on down the line, something will happen where he will sin and that dynasty would not be there forever.
I think maybe at this point, but remember it tells you in Wisdom of Solomon chapter 7 that the Lord showed him many things at the beginning and in the midst of times. So he might have had an inkling, but maybe not the full extent of what happened.
Yeah, he would not. Just like we knew, there's a possibility for sinning, but we don't know when and we don't know how.
Because the verse I'm referring to is real quick. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7. I'll pull it real quick.
Right. And even if in terms of sinning, nobody want to imagine themselves sinning against the Most High. Sometimes we in denial, but the Most High knows all things. If He says something would happen, it would happen. But we would not accept the fact that because we don't want to sin against the Most High. But the Most High set display. If He says something will happen, His word will not come out void.
Right. And even with the prophecies there, I think we can even look at that, whether he was shown it or not, we could look at that prophecy and go, well, damn, Most High laid out all this prophecy for us. Deuteronomy 28, I think it's 26. Even they hadn't experienced it, it's like, why is it here? Perhaps it's here because it's to come for a time. Kind of like with Hezekiah and Isaiah, right? When Hezekiah gave the Babylonians the tour of his treasury and stuff, and Isaiah said, all these things you showed these men, they're going to come back and take it. And then he said, in Hezekiah, he didn't buck up against that ill omen. But he said, great is the Lord, great is the Lord that told you this. At least I'll have, joy and righteousness in my days, So he acknowledged that and saying, okay, at least during my days, it'll be good. But yeah, that misfortune will come in later times with the king to come after. But Wisdom of Solomon 7:18, it says, verse 17, and then down to verse 18, but it keeps going. We have given me certain knowledge of things that are, namely to now the world was made and the operation of the elements. But then it says in verse 18, the beginning, the ending, and the midst of times, the alterations of the turning of the sun, and the change of seasons. It goes down into other things, but I was only mainly on verse 18, where it says beginning, the ending, in the midst of times. So it doesn't go into detail there, but it's kind of similar to like Moses being shown certain things, or like even Ezra being shown certain things. But then some things are written down, and then other things aren't. But all in all, we see that the prophecy is laid out, and that's just a matter of us either being shown through a vision what that prophecy means, or just experiencing it in real time and going, oh, wow, that's what the Most High talked about. So the Most High's will is always there. It's just a matter of when we come to realize it. Whether it's before it takes place, while it's taking place, or we're looking back in time and going, oh, okay, that's what the Most High did. That's why the Most High did that. Got it. Okay. Second Samuel's 7 and 12 to go with 2 Chronicles 7 to 18 as well. So 2 Samuel's chapter 7 and verse 12. it reads, and when thy days be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, I will set up thy seed after thee, which shall proceed at thy bowels, and I will establish his kingdom. Right? Like you were just talking about a second ago, Khan, right? As far as the role that Solomon would play going forward, and those that come after him. Also, this is Psalms 89. Psalms chapter 89. I'll start from verse 1. Psalms 89 and 1, it reads, I will sing of the mercies of the Lord forever. With my mouth will I make known thy faithfulness to all generations. This psalm is credited to a brother Ethan, the Ezrahite. What does he say in verse 2? For I have said, mercy shall be built up forever. Thy faithfulness shalt thou establish in the very heavens. Right? All those heavens. Verse 3, I have made a covenant with my chosen. I have sworn unto David my servant. Verse 4, thy seed will I establish forever and build up thy throne to all generations. Salah. So here's that promise again. And like you said, while we fell away after that time, but it will be restored once again through Jesus the Christ to show that he upheld that promise to David, even though it may have taken a bit longer than what we might have received, or that prophecy may have manifested itself in a way that we may have not considered. Sure enough, it would happen. He would still deal with his line, his family line. It shows that the Most High's promise goes, because even in the New Testament, we see the Most High dealing with, amongst all the tribes, he deals with those promises he made to David and to Aaron before him, where he had Christ to come through David, and he had John the Baptist to come through Aaron, to show how that promise was consistent over a large span of time, right? To where those two key figures would be very important when it comes to ushering in what we will call the New Testament. Not the New Covenant, but the New Testament. Remember, we're under the New Testament, which is the blood of Christ, but we're under the Old Covenant. The New Covenant won't be established until Christ makes a second coming. We've done class on that too, where we clarify the difference between testaments and covenants. While they're connected, they're different. So back in 2 Chronicles chapter 7, I'm in verse 19 now. It says in verse 19, but if ye turn away and forsake my statutes and my commandments, which I have set before you, and shall go and serve other gods and worship them, then will I pluck them up by the roots out of my land, right? That's what we were just reading about a second ago, right? As far as in Isaiah 6, the land being without inhabitant, right? Which I have given them in this house, which I have sanctified for my name, will I cast out of my sight, and will make it to be a proverb and a byword among all nations. That's a promise, right? A promise we can read to link with chapter 7, verse 19 and 20. We can go to Deuteronomy 28 and verse 15. Deuteronomy 28 and 15. Where it reads, but it shall come to pass that thou wilt not hearken or listen unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I commanded this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. And we break this down at camp oftentimes. We'll ask people, what do the words mean? Have we read it? Especially curse. What's the word curse mean? Right? We try to make sure we deal with the briefest, completest, most direct definitions for words that suit the context. Here it just means a misfortune, something bad happening to you. It's not really that heavy. And then when we're talking about what it just said here about byword and proverb, we can show that in verse 37. Verse 37, where it says, and thou, referring to our people, shall become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations, whither Yahweh shall lead thee. Right? So all the little epitaphs and sayings and caricature, whether it be like cartoons, movies, books, book depictions, right? Sayings of different kinds that have been for not just the Southern Kingdom tribes, Judah, Benjamin, Levi, so-called blacks, West Indians, and Haitians, but even northern tribes too. And you'll see how it might be specific depending on which tribe you're talking about, which deals with the prophecy that each tribe will uphold when it comes to their manner and their way, right? Different things that would kind of distinguish them from the tribes. These things be put upon us as like a negative thing, right? So this promise was made long ago, but now we can look into modern times and see just over this last empire that we witnessed rise up over the last couple centuries. We've seen just this curse alone, among others, but especially this curse, come to pass against our people. Saw it, man.
Right. Also, it shows that the Most High is not about the inanimate objects such as the temple. Show that the temple is symbolic because the Most High didn't go into contract with the building, but he went to contract with the people. So that's what Hans Mark was explaining last night, that it's about the people, not the place itself.
Right.
The place is just there symbolic, right? Since we have to gather somewhere, the place is symbolic. But the people is the thing. That's why in Matthew 22:32, and Yahushua said, Moses said, I am the God of Abraham and of Isaac and the God of Jacob. He is not the God of the dead, right? But the living. So he's the God of the living, not the dead. So the physical building is inanimate. No matter how elaborate, how pretty it looks, all the resources that go into it, always got to consider that we are the real temple of the Most High because we are the living, not the temple itself, which is very good. It's great because the Most High gives all the details, but it's always alluding to the people, right? That's as men shall be more precious than gold, more precious than all the resources that was put into the physical temple.
Right. A way of framing it too, to what you said, is like you have the temple and its glory, you do well. But you have yourself in righteousness, you do even better. To kind of quote how Paul framed it, right?
Right.
Good, better, best, right? It's by having the best, what's better and what's good, you'll be able to maintain that. But if you have just the good, which is the physical blessing, that thing is going to be transient. You'll have it now and then it'll be gone later. You don't have that which matters most, which is your soul. But it's good we emphasize that. I know you're pretty staunch emphasizing that as far as always showing a connection back to Christ and the role that Christ plays when it comes to all these physical things we did in the law, but how they had a spiritual meaning behind it. From like even the showbread we were kind of talking about last night, to the circumcision, to even uncleanness. All these things have like a deeper meaning behind it. While we do these things as part of the law, but there's a spiritual insight that goes into them. And we'll probably do a class on this where we kind of go through just a big list of all the things that pretty much are physical, and then we have the spiritual counterpart that goes with them. So laws will deal with something physical, but then it's a spiritual component. Everything from, what it means to be a son or daughter of God, what it means to be clothed with righteousness, right? Be circumcised. Just so many different things we can look at from the physical side of things, look at the spiritual side to get that deeper meaning behind, why it is that we do this. To go with, so that was you made a reference to Matthew.
Right. Matthew 22:32.
Matthew 22 and 32 to go with 2 Chronicles 7:19 and 20. And you could also write down 1 Kings chapter 9, verses 6 to 7. So 1 Kings 9 and 6 to go along with what we just read. But if thou shalt at any time at all turn from following me, you or your children, and will not keep my commandments and my statutes which I have set before you, but go and serve other gods and worship them, then will I cut off Israel out of the land which I give them. In this house which I have hallowed for my name will I cast out of my sight, and Israel shall be a proverb and a byword among all people. Remember you were reading last night, Yalkanan, for Samak, when you read the word house, he said temple, and you were like, oh, no, house. He said, oh yeah, I know. Because when the Hebrew, right? What's the Hebrew word for temple?
Yeah, house.
That's right. It's both.
Oh, really?
You look it up, yeah. In the I think it's like it's gotta be the because the biblical Hebrew textbook, they have like a nice I made an audio out of it and shared with some of you guys. And you guys know I shared the audio where we pretty much read the most, let's say the top 400 words. They kind of arranged them based on their usage in the Old Testament and the Tanakh. And I'm pretty sure Ba'ath is like, it's got to be in the top 20, maybe the top 30 most used words. But when it gets to Ba'ath, it says house, dwelling, temple, can mean all three of those.
And also, what's important with Matthew 22:32 is the fact that when he mentioned Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, one might say, now, these people are dead. Why even mention these people? And in the same token, you are mentioning you are the God of the living. These people are dead. It's like kind of to what you just said, right? But again, it goes to show that the contract or the covenant that the Most High have with Israel, with his people, transcend physical death.
Mm-hmm.
It transcends physical death to the point where the spirit of these people, they resonate with the Most High. Although they may be physically dead, they're not alive, or they're not in the same body that they used to be, or where you can see that same individual, but that spirit move on, and his people endure forever. His covenant endure forever, transcend physical death. And that same sentiment echoes in Mark 12 in verse 27.
Is it the same conversation, just in different
Same thing. It goes into the resurrection and eternal life. Right. So the eternal life pretty much has nothing to do with Abraham died, because the spirit never died really. The physics is not there as we used to know it in that generation, but that spirit is still alive.
Come. And that those verses I think are important when we talk about resurrection as a topic, and also we talk about sleep. When they say so and so went to sleep, right? And what that means, where you physically died, but you lived a righteous life, so you went to sleep. It'll phrase it that way. So I think Christ was showing us there that we could look to the patriarchs, that they went to sleep, and the matriarchs went to sleep. Like I said, it's kind of its own topic, but we can go into that too during the classes during the week if you guys wanted to. But back to 2 Chronicles chapter 7. Okay.
Yeah, even with the transfiguration in Matthew chapter 17, verse 3, he said, and behold, there appeared unto them Moses and Elias talking with him. So that, they died like a long time ago, but they talking. They were able to see them. Moses and Elijah.
Mm-hmm.
Right there.
Come. So add those that verse and other places where the gospel talk about the transfiguration into resurrection time. So 2 Chronicles chapter 7, now we're in 21, about to go into the next chapter. It says, in this house, which is high, shall be an astonishment to everyone that passeth by it, so that he shall say, why have y'all done thus unto this land, unto this house? And it shall be answered, because they forsook Yahweh power of their fathers, which brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, and laid hold on other gods, and worshipped them, and served them. Therefore hath he brought all this evil upon them. So the hypothetical is being spelled out right at the time of it being established for its glory, right? Like I said, it's almost like an eerie omen, where it's just like, make sure if you do the right thing, that this won't happen. But if you don't, this is what'll happen. They'll say, oh man, they had such a nice temple, but now it's all falling down. Wonder why that happened. Oh, well, because they broke the covenant they had with their Heavenly Father. That's why it's been brought down to naught. So that 2020 hindsight is always with the Lord. And sometimes with us, right? As far as though the Most High has decided to show us through His Spirit, right? Some of us more things than others. But in the end, we know it's all the Most High's plan being unfurled. One more link to link with 21. This is also in Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 29. So Deuteronomy 29. Here we go. 24 or 25. So Deuteronomy 29 and 20, verse 24 reads, even all nations shall say, wherefore hath Yahweh done thus unto this land? What meaneth the heat of this great anger? Talking about the Most High. 25. Then men shall say, because they have forsaken the covenant of Yahweh power of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them forth out of the land of Egypt. Right? So that's the conditions. Because above it's talking about, in a scenario where the land becoming like brimstone, salt burning, right? And then compares it to the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, right? Worst case scenario, but we saw it happen, unfortunately. We know last night we read a couple verses that talked about I think Khan Samak went through all the different key points as far as the ups and downs of the temple. And he also read some verses dealing with the Babylonians when they came in and how they brought it down. But like it says in the Psalms, right? Raise it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, even in Lamentation chapter 2, verse 15.
I had that next, but you got it.
Oh, you had it? Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna pull that next, but that's what the Spirit.
Yeah, all of them. Lamentation 2:15. All that pass by clap their hands at thee. They hiss and wag their head at the daughter of Jerusalem, saying, is this the city that men call the perfection of beauty, the joy of the whole earth? Mm-hmm. So, they pass by and say that, like this.
Those Jews, they can't do nothing right, Now we even got Esau pretend to be us, and they've gotten a horrible name in the earth, even amongst other Esau. They can't stand. They're Jewish brothers. They'll say, oh, they're not white, or people say, oh, they're Caucasian. They'll get in trouble and tell them to rescind those remarks. But this is all just more deception. But look at what a name that the so-called Jew has on the earth now, right? And people are afraid to say things because they'll say, oh, because they have power and pull and influence in different levels of government, they might get you to lose your job or lose your contract or lose certain privileges you might have. Let me just put a lid on it. But then some are pushing back and say, you know what, and I got to speak out on the injustice. Even if I lose what I have, whatever. Even have their own fake Jews going against each other, talking about, yeah, this is horrible what they're doing to the Palestinians. So it's a mess. It's a real mess. For us, they know the truth. we laugh like the Most High laughs. We say, both you guys and the Palestinians, this whole conflict, this is all just a sign of the time. This is all just a testament of the prophecy of what's going to happen in God's land when we as a people don't do what we're supposed to do. But we know the future, which is the remnant of us that turn back to him. We're going to go back to this place where the Most High's eye is always at, and set up the right way, and then abide there forever going forward when Christ's kingdom comes in. So that's the beauty. That's the hope. So now let's get into 2 Chronicles chapter 8. 2 Chronicles chapter 8. Now we'll get into a little bit of a construction. So we got the Most High's response as far as his prayer back to his people, right, which was in the affirmative, but with conditions. Yeah, everything you asked for, Solomon, I got you. But make sure, like you were saying earlier, Kahan, right? Read the fine print. You're walking around and you see that, you didn't experience that yourself with you get in a place, Most High blessing you. You see it in the movies or books. And people are like, oh my God, look, oh, the bathroom, oh my God, look, the basement, oh my God, like you were saying earlier. And you got the real estate agent just like nodding. And then it's like, all right, but now I gotta read the contract. Oh, right, I'll read that later. What do I sign?
Man, I just signed my contract. Yeah, you just tie yourself up. Did you understand what you just signed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got it. Yo, man, you can't believe what happened. He had me sign some crazy stuff, man. That's later on after everything's set.
What do they do now in 2025, right? Look at the keys, just like we get a quote unquote new car, they get the picture of the keys and do the selfie. They do the keys of the house, they take a selfie in front of the house they got or the place.
Sign the contract, big boy. Sign the contract.
I don't know if that's from, but okay.
No, but that's say
But no selfie of the contract, right? Like, are we sitting down and going through it, making sure, like you said, reading the fine print. But there's an art to this. As painstaking as they make it with all the verboseness that contracts can have, there's an art, there's a way to go into it, and without taking too much time, finding out the key things in there. It's like, oh, wait a minute, we missed something. I think it's awesome too, just what we're kind of taught as a discipline through the scriptures. It helps us out with some of those harder things that we could do in the world when it comes to legal field, medical field, the STEM fields, like any fields that have like finance and business, any fields that have like heavy documentation, right? With specialized language and things like that. We can take the same approach we do with the scriptures, right? We can break down the contract, we can break down verses. Who is Sarah doing what, where and when, and why when it applies, right? We apply those same principles that we do when we break down the scriptures. It'll give us a leg up, right? So we're getting the perfect training just by studying the scriptures, breaking down scriptures. It allows us to have the skill set to deal with some of those other documentations we might have to deal with in our lives as we get older. It might be a bit intimidating, right? But we may not be able to push back if we have a counselor to help us out with, reading medical papers or reading legal papers, whatever it might be that we need to figure out for ourselves or our loved ones. We'd be intimidated. Oh man, I don't know where to start. Oh man, all these articles, sections. But don't take light what we're learning when it comes to how we learn the scriptures, because it's the same approach with that too. You can break it down. We can. And then, like I said, let us say you don't have a counselor in those things. At least you can push back with the right questions. All right, this clause, who's this talking about? Okay, what's this mean when it says this verb? All right, where is this happening? All right, when does this take place? Because that's what they love to do in the world, right? They'll give you those very conflicted documents that's on a high reading level. And they'll say, there you go. Any questions? And it's like, well, I'm sure I do. I'm not sure where to start. So the scriptures gives us a place to start and to end. So let's not take that lightly as far as the discipline and the instruction that we're given just through studying the scriptures to deal with anything we have to read. So 2 Chronicles chapter 8 in 1, just links with the 1 Kings 9 and 10. So 1 Kings 9 and 10. But 2 Chronicles 8 and 1, it says, it came to pass at the end of 20 years, wherein Solomon had built the house of Yahweh, his own house. So now we're going to a little time frame going forward. But now in 1 Kings 9 and 10, it begins this section where it says the same thing. It came to pass at the end of the 20 years when Solomon had built the two houses, the house of Yahweh and the king's house. We had his house too. But shout out to the Lord's house. So we made sure to deck out the Most High's house to be supreme above all, right? Makes you think about when Sennacherib came up against Israel with his army, and the Most High sent one angel down to kill, was it 185,000? Because they woke up in the morning and came out and they said, Dad, the whole army's dead. And then it says that he went back home and went to go to the house of Nisroch, his god. So you see the heathen, they'll make temples to their gods too, and they'll have nice houses for themselves, right? The kings, oftentimes the priests, because the priests, they live large off of the whatever religion that they push, right? Or idolatry they push, they live large off of that, right? And everybody is part of part of that circuit of that worship. We kind of read about this a little bit too in the book of the Acts. We read about men like Demetrius, the silversmith. He had a problem with Paul. He's like, yo, listen, to me, Diana or no Diana, you cutting into my prophets talking about, stop worshiping. This is my livelihood, man. You talking about, oh, Diana's false, this, that. Listen, I got customers that come to me for these Diana figures, other things that you hit my pockets. So you have this with idolatry and ideologies, but that are backed by idolatry. You have a whole industry around these things. See? So, of course, we have this in righteousness for us. We want to make sure that the Most High's house and his adornments are taken care of, and that the rulers that rule wisely, that they're provided for too. Nothing wrong with that. Just make sure the Most High gets the glory ultimately. So it says in reading 1 in verse 2, that the cities which Hiram have restored to Solomon. Like a conversation last night. It says Solomon built them and called the children of Israel to dwell there. It says, and Solomon went to Hamath, Zobah, and prevailed against it. He built Tadmor in the wilderness and all the store cities, which he built Hamath. Also, he built Beth Horon, the upper, and Beth Horon, the nether, fenced cities and walls, gates and bars. And Baaleth and all the stored cities that Solomon had, and all the chariot cities, and the cities of the horse, right? So now you just have places just to store chariots and horses, right? That today it's like our cars, right? Oh, look at these nice cars. Got these cars used for transportation. I got these cars that be used for leisure. Other ones used for transporting goods, right? It says, and all that Solomon desired to build in Jerusalem and Lebanon and throughout all the land of his dominions. Now let's I think I have the link still up here. Let me see. Did we close it? So let's go back to our atlas. I did have a nice map in here too. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. So this is the free atlas that you guys can all get to. If you want, I'll post the link again. I'm just going to pull up the map here, see if we can glean from this concerning Solomon establishing himself. So I posted it in the chat, but now I'm going to share my screen real quick. Share screen, atlas. Let's make sure you guys can see it. Okay, good. So now let's go down to the section that we want pertaining to Solomon. And let's go in a little bit more. I'll give it a 200. That should be big enough. Chapter 9 here. I'm on page 78. And this is going into David's rise of power, but I think I want the one a little further down. This is all David's wars of conquest. And then, here we go. So now let me just zoom out just a little bit and get rid of this side column here. So this particular map here, it talks about the kingdom of David and Solomon. The purple part in the middle is Saul's kingdom, the king before, and then we have the areas that David established, and then we have Solomon's area of influence, which is like the brown part, which kind of goes above towards the top. So it's not really about Hamath. It's all these things that are up here, going up in this region. Like it says, Aram Zobah. So that's where like Syria is. Got the cities Tabmor, Tipshan, and here's Beth Eden above here too. Going up northern, like I said, towards Syria, which is above where Phoenicia is in the east. Let me see if there's another map down here. It's easy to have one for the temple too. United Monarchy. Okay. It's more like this is a map more so dealing with like elevation in the land as far as like how high certain areas were. And here's another map pertaining to elevations in provinces that Solomon had. But I think that first one I showed you is a key one. Okay, here's another one too. It's going into Solomon's economic enterprise. We might come back to this also, where the yellow lines here pertain to the trade he did with the Phoenicians. We got a purple line down here pertaining to the spice trade that the Arabs had going on, going all the way down here to this region here, Sheba, which is at the bottom of Ethiopia, what they call the Horn of Africa. And then other import routes, so trade going up and down the Red Sea too, by Egypt and going down to Ethiopia and further down to the Gulf. So all these things we would pretty much take in mind as we get to this part of the story when we talk about Solomon and his rise to fame. But yeah, if you just start on page, I think it was 78, just go down in this Bible atlas, you can get the visuals behind Solomon's expansion and it match with the scriptures that we read. But yeah, just like I said, a great resource. Atlases are to give us insight into these different things. And finally, when this is number 55, but now this is what we're getting into more specifically with Solomon's building activities, right? Even here you see the reference to what we're reading in 1 Kings 9, 1-22, and also 2 Chronicles chapter 2-4, also chapter 8, 1-12, which we're reading now. So now we can see on this map directly, these red lines represent major trade routes. And it says how we got a lot of timbers up here from this region, up where Phoenicia is. Casting of bronze vessels in Sukkoth, right, to the east of us. Construction of the temple of Yahweh, which was Yahweh, palace and city. So we see the line pointing to Jerusalem too. And then it says this land of Kabul, territory ceded to Hiram of Tyre. Is that referring to that King Hiram again? So we did different deals with them and got the different trade going on. Down here in Baal Beer, Meroma, it says built fortresses and agricultural settlements. Down here going towards Esau is getting close to the bottom of Israel. But yeah, they got some other details here too. But yeah, this is the map 55, what we're reading about directly. Just to kind of see what happened and where it took place. Let me see here. And we built fortresses and ports and ships down here, going through Edom all the way down to the Gulf of Aqaba, Ezion Geber. let's see, 55a, I think it's going to go into the temple itself. But yeah, so this goes to the temple itself and its layout. But what we're reading about today, we want to stay in map number 55. And this map looks like it's pretty good too. This map 56, which kind of showing some details around the Temple Mount, where that was, the city of David that was situated, as well as the stepping. It says a stepstone structure in opal. So it's like zooming in on Jerusalem and highlighting certain things that are color coded here. But we're reading part of this as well today. But we kind of went more into this part back in a couple of weeks ago when we read 2 Chronicles 3 and 4. But yeah, map 55 is going into specifically what we're reading about right now as we go through chapter 8. So I'll go back up to 55. Yeah, question? I'll go back up. Sorry. You want to see right here?
You mentioned Ezion Geber.
Yeah, right. Hold on. Right there. See it? At the bottom. In the Gulf of Aquava. Read something about that before?
Yeah, I saw something in 1 Kings 9:26.
This links with what verse?
Yeah, this right here, Ezion Geber. 1 King 9:26. And King Solomon made a navy of ships in Ezion Geber, which is beside Elot, on the shore of the Red Sea in the land of Edom.
Oh, so that's 2 Chronicles 8 and 17.
Oh, land of Edom. Did we go through Edom?
So 1 Kings what?
1 Kings 9:26.
Okay. So we'll reference this verse again when we get down to 2 Chronicles 8 and 17. That's where it's talking about it in Chronicles. But throughout.
Can I take what's that? So the ship right here, right? Where did it go? To here? To Edom right here? Because you know Esau is.
Well, that's where the trade was happening at that port. So like remember the other map we read about the trade? Hold on, right here. So it was used probably right up to where Ezion Geber is right on this map.
Yeah.
It was a lot smaller.
Oh, it never came down. No.
So it's pertaining to the Red Sea trade.
Oh, okay.
And you had some trade that was overland too. Like caravans. That's what this purple one is.
But,
Yeah.
you know, Esau don't like us to go to his land.
Look, here's Ophir. So about the gold of Ophir.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
So it looks like where the Queen of Sheba was. It was like really close to the bottom of the Arabian Peninsula. They probably did trade back and forth between them, between each other too.
This port right here, right? This
Mhm.
sea, the Red Sea. Oh.
It says gold, exotic animals, woods, silver, precious stones. Down here at the bottom. Mhm.
And no pirates.
Yeah,
You imagine pirates?
of course. I mean, anytime you have wealth, you're gonna have thieves, right?
With gold and animals, pirates.
Exactly. Yeah. I think for my laptop or desktop users, it's probably a little easier to see. For my phone users, it might be a little tough. But either way, I posted a link in the chat if you guys would have pulled it up and zoomed in and get a closer look. But map 54 and 55, I think, pertain to what we're talking about mostly today in our readings. Like I said, it's good to look at, good to kind of get a visual, try to picture yourself back during that time and how trade would have been taking place on Solomon's reign. But let me unshare this and we'll continue reading. So let's take this off. Let's continue on. So this is 2 Chronicles chapter 8. I'm in verse 7 now. 2 Chronicles chapter 8 and verse 7. Oh, you know what? as far as did
you read First King?
which part? Chapter 9 and like all of it, because like so far I've only linked 9 and 10, because you go down pretty much gonna mirror what we read here in the Second Chronicles 8.
9 and 19.
What's that link with?
All the stuff that Solomon built. Solomon is First King 9 and verse 19. And it says, in all the cities of store that Solomon had, and cities for his chariot, and cities for his horsemen, and that which Solomon desired to build in Jerusalem, in Lebanon, and in all the land of his dominion.
Okay, that's 9 and 6. The one I see it. So Second Chronicles 9 and 6. Sorry, Second Chronicles 8 and 6. Links to First Kings 9 and 19. Wow, got it.
And you levy taxes, to build all these things too.
Right. Like I said, it's like the famous rich folks. They got like the big parking lots for like trailers that they do like trade, or they have like a big garage full of their fancy cars. Got this rare model, this car, rare model, that car. So travel for leisure, also travel for trade, right? From then till now, you always have the wealthiest, powerful people. They always have means of trade, right? Just today, we just have men going to and fro, knowledge being increased because we got planes, trains, automobiles. It's not even the equivalent of ships, still ships, but like cars, buses, tractor trailers, right? Other means to convey, railroads, other means to convey goods back and forth. So some had that back then, at that time. It says now in Second Chronicles 8 and 7, it says, as for all the people that were left of the Hittites and the Amorites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, which were not of Israel. When we go back to Joshua, we had some that we didn't kill, right, or take out all the way, right? It says, but of their children who were left after them in the land, whom the children of Israel consumed not, then did Solomon make to pay tribute unto this day. It says, but of the children of Israel did Solomon make no servants for his work, but they were men of war, and chief of his captains, and captains of his chariots, and horsemen, right? So nepotism, as they say, right? But now, is nepotism, wrong? Every nation, right, when they have power, when it's their time to rule, that's what they do. And if you have other nations that may show forth their ability, their skill, their talent, they'll get employed also. I look at the Persians and the Medes, right? I know we're going to get into Purim after we. That's like our next, probably bigger holy day is coming up. You see that with them, where you have Artaxerxes, but you had Haman, who wasn't a Persian, right? He was a Macedonian Edomite, right? That according to the scriptures, he came out of Amalek, but he's also a Macedonian by kingdom, right? We know who came out of Macedonia later on. But he was given a high position in the Medo-Persian government. That's just something that governments do, where it might be one nation as the top ruler as far as the succession, but they'll employ people of skill of other empires, other nationalities, to make their empire strong. We did it too during David's mighty men and during Solomon's reign, where you read about David's mighty men, you had a handful of them that were other nations, even though most of them were our people that we're reading here. And we read this when we go back a couple Sabbaths. We read about David's mighties back in the First Chronicles chapter 11, right? You had a handful of them that were other nations that proved themselves that were ready and willing to serve us.
Yeah, you can imagine after Solomon died, David's like all this wealth stuff and all this stuff. It's like we want to continue this because we like this lifestyle. Remember? You know, when you die, leaving so much wealth. What do you do with all this wealth?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to continue the way it was going? Or do you want to break it down?
I think he talks about that in Ecclesiastes, right? He says a man, gain wealth, but then to die, and it says, "Our stranger eateth it." This is a curse. I forgot the verse goes exactly. He pretty much talks. He talks about that same topic you're talking about now. But yeah, as far as what we just read in 8 and 9, remember this from the law. To link this with the 2 Chronicles 8, verses 8 and 9. This is Leviticus 25. Leviticus chapter 25. Leviticus 25. And you can start from 39, and the whole section pretty much goes down to 45. So Leviticus 25 and 39, he reads, "If thy brother that dwelleth by thee be waxen poor and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant, but as an hired servant, and as a sojourner he shall be with thee. He shall serve thee until the year of Jubilee," which we later on it talks about 50th year. We release, it's like a release on top of the 7th year release, the year of Jubilee. All debts are forgiven, right? And lands that were lent out go back to their original owners when it comes to different tribes and whatever plots of land they had that belonged to them. And then the borders that separated, right? Remember, the law talks about that, not removing your neighbor's landmark. So we had laws in place to make sure that the border just didn't keep moving or changing it every 7 years or every 50 years, to make sure that Judah stayed Judah, Simeon stayed Simeon, Benjamin stayed Benjamin, Reuben stayed Reuben, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It says in verse 41, "And then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and shall return unto his own family, and into the possession of his fathers shall he return, if he belonged to you, or if he was poor and owed a debt." Once he cleared that debt, you couldn't be like, I still want to keep you, or figure out a way to keep you even longer, right? We see this being an issue with Laban and how he treated his nephew Jacob, right? We want to keep him beyond the years of his labor, right? Because Laban, obviously, he's an opportunist. When you read the story, and he's like, "Oh man, this Jacob, he's a cash cow. I got to keep him under my wing." And Jacob's like, "Listen, can I be my own man? I work for your daughters, right? And I've increased in the wealth, and you changed my wages, and it's supposed to be 14 years. We're supposed to be 7, but it ended up being 14. Now we're up to 20 years. If I don't, get away from you, you'll never let me go." Laban's just like, "All right, my son. Okay,
These are my daughters."
Yeah, it's trying to figure out a way to hold on to them. Right? Like, yeah, stay with me, because you making me, He was blessed by Jacob. Mm-hmm.
We talk about tribe, concerning wealth, right? Numbers 36 and 7. Shall not the inheritance of the children of Israel remove from tribe to tribe, for every one of the children of Israel shall keep himself to the inheritance of the tribe of his fathers.
Okay. We just read this too, because his brother Kramer in the class, he had a question about the inheritance. We're talking about nationality and inheritance, but we read that chapter together in the last Tuesday class. So if he's watching, he probably remembers us talking about this, as far as like who will be done, or how inheritance will be handed down, as far as like the men, the women, and how that works. But yeah, that whole chapter explains if you only have daughters as a man and you want someone to inherit your land, what's the approach would be. But the verse you read was the capstone. That was Numbers 36 and 7. That was a verse you read, right?
Yeah, number 36 and 7.
Right.
So
Come.
I'll take that well. That tribe and bring it to our tribe. Yeah.
So Most High had all these things covered, right? As far as how we set up men and women of different nations, right? Where the laws wouldn't make things confusing and make it be easy. It would get confusing if we tried to overthink it or change things around against the Most High's laws pertaining to inheritance. Hence, like we see today in Babylon the Great. Oh, I'm 1/4 this, I'm 1/8 that, I'm 1/16 this. Oh man, I'm all over. Oh, melting pot. The Most High divide the nations their inheritance. He separate the sons of Adam. You guys come together to do trade and things like that. As far as you being all on top of each other, literally and figuratively, right? That's not what I want, right? And that's true diversity. This is its own topic, but yeah, that's what diversity really is. What Esau talks about, that's actually destroying diversity. But like I said, like the scriptures say, he's a daughter of Babylon, so it shouldn't be too shocking to us. You know, the Babylonians did this first. Everybody come together under one rule, right? So that they don't be spread across the face of the earth, which the Most High was like, no, I want the nations to go different places. I want the sons of Shem to go this way. I want the sons of Ham to go over here. I want the sons of Japheth to go over here. Not this world party. Oh, come together under one roof, under one banner. You know, many tongues, one voice. Haha. United Nations, European Union. But this is, let me finish this up in Leviticus. It says in verse 42 now, back in Leviticus 25, verse 42, I started from 39, now I'm in 42. For they are my servants, talking about us, which are brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as bondmen. Thou shalt not rule over them with rigor, but shalt fear thy God. Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids. That's what we're talking about here in 2 Chronicles chapter 8. Right? So Solomon is following suit with this law. 45. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they beget in your land, and they shall be your possession. Right? These strangers talking about not just a stranger within Israel, but strangers meaning their father and father's father does not go back to Jacob. It says they shall be your possession, meaning they belong to us. So other nations had us and said, oh, we're your property. That's just a judgment on us, because when we had the power, had the dominion, we abused that power. Most allowed wicked nations come into power and then have us as captives. But now Esau is slick to where he took us as captives. He abused his power, right, as he still does. But now he wants to come out after the fact, after the smoke clears, after he has dominion, and go, all right, guys, violence isn't the way. He wants to tell his other Edomite nations and other dark nations, including us, violence isn't the way, right? You have to go more peacefully about things, right? But that's how he secured his power. So that's just ridiculous. But that's the move he tries to pull. He'll spank nations and say, I'm going to send you to the world court. I'm going to send you to the Hague for crimes against humanity. And it's just like the dark nations, we're just following your suit. We're following your lead, Esau. We're doing what you did to get power for ourselves. So don't, urinate on me and tell me it's raining. But that's what they all like to do a lot of times. 46, you shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for possession. And they shall be your bondmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Israel, a good scripture to show that your brothers are children of Israel, right? Everyone's not your brother. Ye shall not rule one over another with rigor. So that's what we're talking about here in 2 Chronicles chapter 8. Mm-hmm.
If we want to run away, or and search and diligence for your back.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Apply
Apply the law where it talks about, an oxen going astray and causing damage, right, to your neighbor's property or your neighbor's oxen or whatever your neighbor has. It's just probably similar laws that go into play like that, like it would for beast of burden too, and how we have to do restitution if your bondman and bondmaid cause any damage anywhere they went. It's going to be on you. You have to make it good that caused damage to your neighbor, your neighbor's property.
If someone will see it.
Mhm.
So definitely see that.
Who's someone? You're talking about your neighbor?
Yeah, your other neighbors will definitely see the person who ran away or the ox or the animal that ran away. They should be able to retrieve that animal or person back to you. Since they care for you, don't let it keep running away. You're gonna have properties too. If any of your ox or labor would run away, somebody else not gonna just don't care. Make sure it come back to you.
Because you're saying nowadays they would just say, "Oh, let them run away."
No,
And this
I
guy.
as a brother and a sister, yeah, we're not supposed to just let our neighbors oxen run away and don't try to tell you or try to retrieve it back to you. Yeah, we're not supposed to envy it or even try to steal it. Like in Exodus 20, his ox servants try to steal it or
Right. Exodus 21
Yeah,
and
yeah.
22, right? Those chapters, yeah, goes into those laws. Mhm. Let me get this also in Joshua, and we'll continue reading. This is Joshua chapter 19. Joshua chapter 19. You can link this with verse 6, going back to 9 and 6. This is Joshua chapter 19, where you see these different regions referred to as well, as far as the lots, who they went to, certain cities, what tribe they went to. But this is in Joshua 19. I'm starting from 40, and I'll stop at verse 48. You can make this as a reference to 8 and 6. So Joshua 19 and 40, it reads, "And the seventh lot came out for the tribe of the children of Dan according to their families, and the coast of their inheritance was Zorah, Eshtal, and Ishramesh." This is like the northern part of Israel, like we saw on that map I showed you earlier, the part of the land that Solomon had secured for himself. It says, "And the coast of their inheritance was Zorah and Eshtal and Ishramesh and Shaalbin and Aelon and Jethlah and Elon and Timnatha and Ekron and Elketa and Gibbethon and Baalah." It says that Baalah referenced again. We read in 2 Chronicles. And Jehud and Beneberek and Gathrimmon and Mariacon and Rakon, with the border for Joppa, which is like Joppa. It says, "And the coast of the children of Dan went out too little for them. Therefore the children of Dan went up to fight against Lashem, took it and smote with the edge of the sword, possessed it and dwelt therein, and called Lashem Dan after the name of Dan their father." So that's Dan lives up at the top. That's where you get the scriptures talking about from Dan until Beersheba, referring to like the chief, the highest most north city and the southernmost southern city, referring to the land as a whole and all the tribes. You'll see that Dan to Beersheba. So it's like the upmost part of the border of Israel, where Dan was at. It says, "This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Dan according to their families, these cities with their villages." Right? So just that same region like we saw on the map, that top part above the northern part of Israel. just as a reference. But now back in 2 Kings. Oh, not 2 Kings. I'm in 1 Kings 9, holding 9, but 2 Chronicles 8. There we go. 2 Chronicles 8. Now I'm in verse 11. Oh, I don't know how I missed all these. Guess we pull all the other links. Sorry. To go with 9 and 7, Exodus 23. Exodus 23. Exodus 23 is going into the Most High had Christ there to fight with us on our behalf, like Paul reveals in his letter to the church in Corinth. But to link this with the 2 Chronicles 8 and 7 about these nations that were not of Israel, this is Exodus 23. I'll start from 20. It says, "Behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee in the way and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared." It says in verse 21, "Beware of him and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions. For my name is in him." Right? So just giving you details behind this angel. That's not just any angel. None of his name is in him. And it says to beware of him and obey his voice, because this is referring to his angel in particular, is referring to Christ being the word. Right? That's why it says in verse 22, "But thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak," showing that when you obey his voice, you pretty much are following what the Most High is saying, because he's the word of the Lord. This particular angel he's talking about, when you read it in the context, right? And we see it literally, but also figuratively, as far as his name being in him, right? Just like you had Yahweh Shai, you had Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai, but also as far as what the Most High's name represents, that is a core aspect of our Lord and Savior, as far as what he embodies, as far as being that idea that is the Most High. But he says, verse 22, "But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then will I be an enemy unto thine enemies and an adversary unto thine adversaries. For mine angel shall go before thee and bring thee into the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Canaanites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off. Thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do after their works. Thou shalt utterly overthrow them and quite break down their images. Ye shall serve Yahweh your power. He shall bless thy bread and thy water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of thee." This was the promise, right? He would have him accompany us in our fights. So Most High was always there with us from the beginning. Even when he has to go out there and do the work, he would support us as long as we trusted in him and followed his guideline, right? He will have our back. And this continues on, not only during Moses' time, but going forward in Joshua's time too. Go back to Joshua. Let's go to chapter 16 real quick. Joshua chapter 16. I'm just going to read 5 to 10. You can link this with verse 8. So 2 Chronicles 8 and 8. This is Joshua 16. Let's start from 5. Joshua 16 and 5, it says, "And the border of the children of Ephraim according to their families was thus. Even the border of their inheritance on the east side was Arath Adar unto Betharon the upper. And the border went out toward the sea to Mikmetha on the north side. And the border went about eastward into Tanath Shiloh, and passed by it on the east to Janoah. And it came down from Janoah to Atara and to Nerath, and came to Jericho and went out at Jordan. The border went out from Tepuah westward unto the river Cana, and the goings out thereof were at the sea. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Ephraim by their families. And the separate cities for the children of Ephraim were among the inheritance of the children of Manasseh. All the cities with their villages, which another chapter goes into Manasseh. You read the next chapter. And they drove not out the Canaanites that dwelled in Gezer, but the Canaanites dwell among the Ephraimites to this day, and served under tribute. So when they capture that last part there, as far as some of the Canaanites have remained in their plot. So from Joshua's time down to Solomon's time, right? You had their descendants, and those conditions remained. Right? So it's just like any contract, right? Or you look up, like you were talking about earlier, kind of as far as real estate, you want to go into, the deed, right? And see, okay, what's the history of transaction, right? Who did it belong to and at what time, right? And then, given you get to the end of the document, who does the title belong to, right? So we have the scripture as a reference to reckon those things as well. As far as, remember, the Bible is just a legal document. There's full of different types of legal documents where we're talking about laws, principles, statutes, commandments, right? We're talking about case law, which is like our books of history, our books of philosophy, which are like our wisdom books. And then you have our books of testimony, or like books of witness. Those are like our prophets, from Isaiah, Jeremiah, all the way down to Zephaniah, Malachi, right? So all the different things you see in the legal field as far as different types of law, you see them covered in the Bible, right? So the Bible is better to be looked at through a legal lens, as far as it being a legal book, as opposed to just a book full of stories. Stories for motivation, right? Which legal books can serve that too, but the Bible serves that for sure. So yeah, we can't get around inheritance and how important it is when it comes to what the scriptures are all about. But most people in the world, in world religions of man, were made to think of the Bible in a very different way. And that's how we lose the connection. But now back in 2 Chronicles chapter 8, let's get one more verse in verse 10, where it says, and these are the chief of King Solomon's officers, even 250, that bear rule over the people. It's one of the chief rulers that Solomon had set up that were of Israel. Like we said before, yeah, other kings, yeah, they might have had other nations in their ranks, but we know it's going to dominate or be mainly controlled by us. Will the other nations have a handful of folks that may help out our administration? Yeah, sure, but it's still our government. Other nations did it, we did it too, but we had a law that, only allowed certain access when it came to position and rule and things like that. Calling back, like I said, the mighty men we read about back in 1 Chronicles chapter 11. Let's see a hand up earlier. Sorry.
Yeah, because you're saying about the Bible's legal book too, right? But when you see in the history of Susanna, when young Daniel cross-examined, witness, right?
The judges?
Yeah, the judge, but they cross-examine them. They use that now. They do. They do use that. See that is that cross-examine.
Kind of today referred to as an adversarial. They say adversarial form of justice, where you have like the plaintiff and the defendant. You kind of had that too with Solomon. Remember when Solomon dealt with the two women? They had the child, trying to claim who the child was. You had the one sister who was the defendant. The other one was like the plaintiff, coming to say, "Oh yes, I'm the I'm the child's mother." No, I'm the child's mother, right? And then Solomon, in his wisdom, said, "Okay, divide it in half." And the plaintiff pretty much exposed herself, right? Oh yeah, fine, cut it in half. But then the woman was like, "Oh no, give the child to her," just like off that natural mother's instinct, which Solomon was looking for. Once that came out, he was like, "Oh, she's the true mother," right? Case closed.
But even Paul, certain Paul letters when he had to appear before these people, and he had to, his defense, and so on and so forth. Some lawyers look at that too.
Yeah, that was even the Romans, right?
Yeah.
That was under the Roman laws. But when you look at how we judge matters, we have different examples and scriptures we can look to. But yeah, they call it the adversarial form of justice when you have a plaintiff and defendant. They don't always use that. Sometimes they might just have one person there, and then the judges is there asking questions, and they provide certain information. But yeah, you're right. It comes down to exhibits as far as evidence, and then people as far as witnesses, right? So exhibit A, exhibit B, exhibit C, et cetera, witness A, first witness, second witness, third witness, et cetera, however many you can. And based on all those things, they take all that together and then weigh the matter and go, okay, here's what happened, here's why it happened, here's what was said, here's why it was said. And then they judge the matter. But yeah, that's the Bible gives us that as far as those resources, those tools to learn about how things happened in the past and why, and to use them going forward as far as where things are heading as we get closer and closer to Christ making his second coming. So we can judge matters, right? To say, okay, is this a wise thing to say or a wise thing to do or not, be it our people or the other nations. So it's like a training ground for us. We can use the world and all the creation is like a big courtroom, and then just use this as the means to judge it. Get your hand up.
Yeah, but all the argument about like Romans 13 about the laws, obeying the laws with the authority, and plus warn against taking brothers and sisters to court, settle that out myself.
You're pulling a link, or you're just making a comment? Or?
No, I'm just making a comment.
Okay.
Doing the Romans that we have to be subject ourselves to the authority. Subject ourselves instead of trying to fight against it, because we eventually lost.
Yeah, because that's what Deuteronomy 28 says, right? Because we're being in violation of Deuteronomy 28.
Zealous, during that time, the zealous wanted to fight against the authority, the Roman authority. It wasn't that time.
Yeah, and we even had those within the 12 disciples, and probably even the 72. Some were probably zealots, but then once it came under Christ, they're like, oh, okay. Here's how we do this, as opposed to trying to go to war, and do like guerrilla warfare tactics against the different what do you call them, tax collectors and the centurions set up to kind of protect them and vice versa,
Romans, besides that, the Romans had spies, soldiers, and all that stuff to just see a lot of inquisitions.
Yeah, because from Christ's death up until 70 AD, which is about 40 years, yeah, you had the zealots get self-willed and kind of build momentum and things like that as far as waging guerrilla warfare. And finally, Caesar around 70 AD, Vespasian and Titus said, okay, look, heck with it. And that's when, the bigger abomination that caused desolation took place, right? Like we've been talking about this week, it's mentioned in the in Maccabees and also in Daniel and also in the Gospels, right? Christ talks about, our people flee into the mountains and things like that. But him talking about something's going to happen 40 years after when he said it.
They probably thinking about how we had wars back in the Maccabees, and so we could do it again. Mm-hmm. But the Romans were too powerful that they ended up destroying the temple. We had to leave. We all had to leave.
I don't know about the Romans being too powerful per se. I think it was more so just the Most High's judgment in that we had to undergo this. Yeah, that might be a better way to phrase it. Because remember, the Most High, he gave the Greeks power too, but he gave us more power than the Greeks in that situation, in that case, as far as the Maccabean revolt. But yeah, I can see what you're saying as far as like the Zealots remembering the Maccabees. I mean, the Sanhedrin was kind of the product of they call it the Hasmonean dynasty, because they kind of became like priests, rulers. Simon Thassi and then his son John Hyrcanus going forward. You check out the history, and they kind of became the beginning of what will become the Sanhedrin about 100 or so years later. There's not that much time between the time of the Maccabees and the time of Christ. It's like like 150 years, give or take. And the Romans were, like we're reading the Maccabees, the Romans were already doing their thing in the 160s, 150s BC. So they would end up taking all the rule under Julius Caesar and the triumvirate about 100 years later. I think it was 40 something BC. That's when the Romans officially took the Greeks out. It was like a little under 100 years when the Romans would be the top empire finally. So the Maccabees kind of took place at the tail end of the Greek rulership. The Romans coming into power just a little under 100 years later. And another 50 years after that, you have the birth of Christ. You look at the timeline. This stuff's in his honor van. You can look up these things in his honor van as far as the when the Greeks came into power and when their power waned, and then when the Romans first came, became the top ruler. But yeah, the time span gets kind of cut short from the time of the Maccabees lead up to the time of the Gospels. But we're in 2 Chronicles chapter 8 now in verse 11. It reads, and Solomon brought up the daughter of Pharaoh out of the city of David into the house that he had built for her. For he said, my wife shall not dwell in the house of David, king of Israel, because the palaces are holy, whereunto the ark of Yahweh have come. Right? So, and decidedly saying, yeah, we can't have a strange woman, right? A woman with another nation, right? As he took her as a daughter, like that's something you read about in past and present, right? We have royalty marry the daughters of the fellow rulers, right? Or the relatives of other rulers to do like alliances and stuff. But, we know what happens later when we read the story of Solomon, but at least here, he took that respect to say, yeah, we can't have her up where the Ark of the Covenant was, right? So he put her in a separate house, right? Because, it's like tiers to this, right? You've got the sons of Aaron, you got other Israelites, you've got the line of kings now. So there's tiers to this strangership, right? Where you got strangers within the nation of Israel. Okay, I'm a stranger to what Aaron and his sons can do. And you have the strangers that are strangers to anything that even Israel could do. So it's like layers to strangeness, I guess you could say. And she was at that bottom tier. So it's like, yeah, don't even put her where anything holy was, right?
Kind of like how would you classify when it says love the stranger? Because remember, we were a stranger in Egypt. Mm-hmm. And now does the Most High tell us to love the stranger? No, he's not talking about that stranger.
Well, love, yes. Love according to the law, yes. What's the law say concerning the stranger? Right. Leviticus 25.
Right, because what happened is when you look at it another way, we were strangers in Egypt, right? And we see how we did not like how we being treated, right, as a stranger. So if you're a stranger of your people, remember the scripture is speaking to those who understand the law, who understand their identity, who know that they are Israelites. Those are not strangers. But you have strangers around you that don't know that they are Israelites. For example, now we know we Israelites. Mm-hmm. We in America. Our people are strangers to us that know the truth. So now know how to treat strangers, because you were once strangers in Egypt. Learn from that experience. And those who don't know that they are the Israelites, they will acting like Gentiles. Israelite and Gentile state. Yeah. Know how to treat those.
Mm-hmm. Come. And it's just messed up because in our oppression, our willingness to want to trim our ways to seek love, try to emulate to envy the oppressor, and to choose his ways, we're supposed to do the opposite. We're not belittle ourselves and then put them on a pedestal. It's supposed to be the other way around. That's unfortunate, but that's where a lot of our people are at mentally. and at the water elder, we got the scripture here, Nehemiah, right? To speak to this marriage that he had with Pharaoh's daughter, because we might argue and say this is the beginning of the end, but we know it got really bad as you get further on in the story when he started taking a bunch of wives that were strange. At least at this point, he had a certain decorum when it came to, okay, I'm going to take Pharaoh's daughter, but you can't just be going in and out of the circuit like how we do, or like how certain of our tribes do concerning the things of the Lord. So yeah, the link with 8 and 11. Nehemiah 13, probably read 26. Then it say, did not Solomon sin by this? Yeah, Nehemiah 13. Come, I'll start from 26 and read down 27. It says, in Nehemiah 13:26, did not Solomon, king of Israel, sin by these things? Yet among many nations was there no king like him, who was beloved of his God, and God made him king over all Israel. Nevertheless, even him did outlandish women cause to sin. We haven't gotten to that point in the story yet, but it's coming up. And as you read on, shall we then hearken unto you to do all this great evil, to transgress against our God and marry strange wives? Right? Because it's a slippery slope. The Most High in his infinite wisdom knew, look, you take wives into their sons, take your sons into their wives, and take your daughters into their sons. They're going to cause you to follow the other guys. And we see even with Solomon, all his wisdom and might, even he, we read about this in his latter years, unfortunately, you see it cause him to go astray. So now he's going after their gods now. It's clearly a violation against our commandments. But the water for that verse, Nehemiah 13 and 27. I read 26 too. To go with verse 11. But now, reading on, oh yeah, you can link 1 Kings 3 and 1 also. 1 Kings chapter 3 and verse 1. So 1 Kings chapter 3. It reads, and Solomon made affinity with Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and took Pharaoh's daughter and brought her into the city of David until he had made an end of building his own house, in the house of Yahweh, in the wall of Jerusalem round about. So, but he had pushed back and said, well, we don't, do this tradition. I know it's something that's popular amongst kings, but we as Israel, me as a ruler, we don't do this as far as marrying the daughters of the nations for alliance's sake. Sure, but that's not what happened, as we see it in the record. But we know this is something that was done amongst the nations. Our nation too, following the law, not following the law when we had power, right? We would allow this, where for alliance sake, you would make marriages with your neighbors. You see that with the other rulerships, like the Medo-Persians, the Babylonians, other Esau rulerships like the Greeks and the Romans. You'll see this. You see it through the Dark Ages too. You even did so between the northern and southern kingdoms, where that wouldn't be wicked. Just we see that. I think the Amorite dynasty, which included like Ahab. You saw where I think under some circumstances where we took wives of the other kingdom, like the northern kingdom would provide a wife to the ruler of the southern kingdom, or vice versa. You saw that when we read through Kings, and it was an example, at least one we read. We were going through Chronicles earlier on. But like I said, it was done to promote alliances and, like I said, to promote affinity and to promote trade. But was it a necessity? Probably not, but it was something that was done. 2 Chronicles chapter 8. Verse 12 now says, then Solomon offered burnt offerings to Yahweh on the altar of Yahweh, which he had built before the porch, we're reading about earlier on, even at a certain rate every day, offering according to the commandment of Moses. And on the solemn feast 3 times in a year, which we know the law talks about that, 3 major holy days. And now we have dedication, which we do as a 4th holy day we keep in the year. Even the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and the Feast of Weeks, and in the Feast of the Tabernacles, right? So this you could say is the beginning, well, not the beginning, but we're pretty much reinstituting in the temple now what we would do before in Numbers 28 and 29. So to link with 13, chapter 8, verse 13, Numbers 28 and 29, the whole chapter. Because, you know, each section of those chapters goes into, okay, here's what we did on the Sabbath, here's what we did on the new moon. Before the Sabbath, here's what we did daily, here's what we did on the new moon, on the Sabbath, the new moon, and then different holy days. Read those chapters as a whole. It goes into the specific offerings that we did that came out of the first couple of chapters of Leviticus. But then also you can write down Deuteronomy 16 and 16, where it talks about 3 times in a year shall we appear. Deuteronomy 16 and 16, which then also points back to Exodus 23 and 14. So Deuteronomy 16 and 16 said, it will become too much of strangers to God. Moses said, look, on key times of the year, I want you all to come together before me, and everybody will interact with each other, and you'll sharpen each other like how iron sharpens iron. So there's all types of wisdom in what Most High requires for us to do, even though it may seem like it's a pain in the butt, or it's like hard to do, or it's quote unquote inconvenient. But there's wisdom behind all these things. Deuteronomy 16 and 16, 3 times in a year shall all thy meals appear before you have thy power, in the place which he shall choose, which you already read that earlier, Deuteronomy 12 and 5, in the feast of unleavened bread, in the feast of weeks, in the feast of tabernacles, and they shall not appear before you how empty. We always say, always come with something, if it's not much, whatever you're able to provide to the feast, whether it's the feast that your congregation is having, or if you're going to a feast, you're going to go visit a camp of a different camp that's having the same feast. Always has something that you can present or offer, right? As a sign of goodwill and of gratitude, right? Once again, going back to the housewarming parties we do carnally in the world, when people get a new house or a new apartment or something like that, how you come by and bring a little gift, like a little alcoholic beverage or maybe like a basket or, something for the house, right? Set of towels, oh, here you go, housewarming,
And Snoop Dogg video came in a bottle of Tanqueray.
What video is it?
No, Snoop Dogg video, he came in with a bottle of Tanqueray, some liquor,
For a housewarming?
No, just to visit, because it bring you something.
Oh.
Yeah, it's good to bring something.
Okay, I'm not sure. Are we talking about a music video or?
But I say, to come there with nothing, I was like, good.
Mm-hmm.
You got something.
Right. And it's like I said, it's just a sign of gratitude, right? And people appreciate it. Like, oh wow, And then if you don't, you come in and you're there, and it's just like, oh my God, look who's here again. Look who came to the party. They didn't bring anything. Just here to drink up what other people provided. Now you get into the realm where you become freeloader. Now you talk to them like, oh, so and so's coming. You know about so and so. People talking about this.
What did you?
So and so's a freeloader. Watch out. That his hand always out, but then when it comes to his hand to provide, it's like, I don't got it. Maybe next time. I got you next week, and it's just like, Now one time that's good, but you do it 2 and 3 times, now you didn't build the reputation. But that righteous law, even though it's for the Most High, that applies to wisdom even in cordial settings, right? So like I said, the Most High's laws have all types of wisdom in them that can be applied in all different types of arenas you may not have considered.
Also, on top of it, it's an expression of how the Most High bless you. It's an expression you bring according to measure of how the Most High blesses you. So that's also another way of looking at it. Because you cannot give what you don't have, but Most High bless everybody in measure. So according to the blessing that the Most High give you, you give according to that blessing. So according to the blessing that the Most High give. It's a reflection. So if you bring nothing, it means that the Most High gives you nothing.
Is that true?
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's not true. That means you don't regard the law. You don't understand the nature of bringing something to a high holy day. Because the Most High bless everybody. Even if it's $1 extra you have, you got to bring it. But the nature or the heart or the mindset of bringing it in, that's what's important. It's not so much how much you give, how much you bring, is the mindset. Do you really into what you bring in? Right? Because usually when I bring something, especially if it's for Israel, I always try to pick the best thing. You know, I'm not picking out the cheap things that let me bring this. Because if you're dealing with your people, we deserve the best. You got to bring the best. If you're gonna cook, make sure you cook the best thing. If whatever you're gonna bring, make sure you do it the best because you're dealing with God's people and you are one of them. Something that you would accept for yourself, that's what you bring in.
Come. This is actually a perfect loop because when we were in the land, right, with Levi, which we gave Levi a tenth, that would give Levi insight into how to help out the wealthy and the poor of our people, right? Where they would have that insight, not to say they were like snooping, but it's like they had the insight into all the tenths that the people in their region were bringing to them. They could say, oh, okay, I preserve this person, dealing with this person that matters. We went to Levi's for judgment. See, oh, wow, okay. I've had some issues with you when it came to dealing with neighbors, and now I'm seeing your tenth after the last couple of years. Maybe I can count you in a better way. And just give it a shot and see if the Most High is going to open things up for you. Maybe looking at things not the right way. Same thing for the rich. They may say, okay, oh, they're doing well, but then their tenth may be something they use to show off, or they might not fully give their tenth. So Levi can be an assistant there to go, look, don't become high-minded. You know, the Lord is just using us. Even myself as a Levite, I'm acting on the Most High's behalf. You know, your wealth should be acting on the Most High's behalf too. It just gives them like that incentive to want to do right by the rich and poor of Israel whenever they would come to them for different suits and judgment, and when they will bring their tents to them. You know what I mean? It will be an incentive for Levi to help out the poor, to make sure the rich become richer. They don't get too high-minded. And the poor can actually get a little bit more or be increased by maybe changing their ways if they, you know, were maybe stingy or had issues or something like that. Or just didn't have the skill they needed to, you know, provide their tenth in a orderly or timely fashion. But that's like another class in itself too. But you see how the Most High set that law up to where everyone's kind of incentivized to do the right thing when the system is working, like, you know, when the clockwork is being carried forward for his holy days and then for the judgment they need. So it's like the Levites help out the people and the people help out the Levites at the same time. And that kind of that give and take, that back and forth. Because Levi do better, the more Israel does better, and vice versa, you know? So that means the better Israel does, the bigger our tenth is. And then Levi is more provided with that bigger tenth. Right. So it works itself out on a carnal level to a spiritual level. This is Exodus 23 and 14 and 15, saying the same thing. It says Exodus 23 and 14, 3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded thee in the time appointed of the month of Abib. For in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors, talking about the feast of weeks, which thou hast sown in thy field, and the feast of ingathering, which is the feast of tabernacles, which is in the end of the year, referring to the harvest year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field. Once again, it's all about give and take. It's about transactions. It's about the Most High giving to you, and then you do that, you give to the Most High by giving to the people, by giving to the sons of Aaron, the priests, and it's supposed to be a beautiful circle that just increases and increases more and more and more the more we're righteous. When wickedness enters in, that wheel breaks, and then things get awry. That's why anytime we read about kings coming back into power that were righteous, like a King Hezekiah, like a King Josiah, the first thing they do, oftentimes you read in the scriptures, and we'll read this again as we go through Chronicles. The first thing they would do is go to the priests, sons of Aaron at that time, and be like, oh man, what's going on? We got idols, we got this, we got that, because of the last king. Let me make sure the priests are cleaned up, they're purified, we got everything doing what it's supposed to do, so that when these holy days come around, we're good. And the Most High will bless us, will start blessing Israel again. Once that king came on the scene and made sure the priests were set up right. So it's like that give and take between the kings and the priests and the people. It's like a circle that keeps going.
2 Kings 12:9. But Jehoiada, the priest,
Jehoiada?
Jehoiada, the priest, took a chest and bore a hole in the lid of it and set it beside the altar on the right side as one cometh into the house of the Lord. And the priest that kept the door put therein all the money that was brought into the house of the Lord. So put a hole and put in there, and everybody gonna pass by as they come in. You gotta put something in there. They're not gonna see you, may not see how much whatever put, but once that, and they after everybody, if everybody pass by and don't put anything in there, there's nothing in there. It's like, what's going on?
Right.
You got 100 people in there, like nobody put anything in there.
Right. That was King Uzzah, right? It was the same time as King Uzzah, I think. I remember. We were there in the Sabbath, I think. I remember a couple months back. I remember this going through this.
You pass by, you have to put something in there.
So 2 Kings 12:9, that was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Con. Exodus 23, I'm gonna read verse 17 as well, and then I'll stop there. So it's 14 and 17. It says, 3 times in a year, all thy males shall appear before Yahweh power. Okay. So 2 Kings 12:9, Deuteronomy 16 and 16, Numbers 28 and 29, all linked with chapter 8 and verse 13. But now back to 2 Chronicles chapter 8, now in verse 14. So 2 Chronicles 8 and 14, it says, and he appointed, according to the order of David his father, the courses of priests to their service, and the Levites to their charges, to praise and minister before the priests, as the duty of every day required. The porters also by their courses at every gate, for so had David, the man of God, commanded. Right? So just, it was a good thing that was done before. He wanted to keep that going, that David set up. Right? So at 8 and 14, we can just link 1 Chronicles 24. We read about this when David had this set up. So at chapter 8 and verse 14, you can just link 1 Chronicles 24, and you can start from verse 1, and then you go down, it goes into more details. But 1 Chronicles chapter 24. It reads, now these are divisions of the sons of Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. But Nadab and Abihu died before their father and had no children. Therefore, Eleazar and Ithamar executed the priest office. And David distributed them both Zadok of the sons of Eleazar and Ahimelech of the sons of Ithamar. So those were the 2 men that were like the high priests of the you say representatives, but they had siblings too. But they're like the representatives of those particular family lines. I know Khan Smart was reading that last night as far as David getting his showbread a couple of days after the new moon, showing that the new moon and the Sabbath weren't the same, or that the new moon didn't start the Sabbath, or the beginning of the month, I should say. But we're reading about, I think it was Ahimelech, but he was very important. But like I said, these were Levites that came out of the sons of Aaron, out of those two families. So anytime we restored ourselves, we were much want to figure out, okay, if those whoever that king was that was going to do things right now, he would go to the sons of Aaron and try to restore them and say, all right, let's make sure we get the offerings set up, the daily sacrifices set up, the Sabbath offerings, and then work your way up to the bigger offerings, like for the major holy days. So these two men were the two descendants of Aaron, of those particular sons. One from Eleazar, one from Ithamar. Verse 4, and there were more chief men found of the sons of Eleazar than of the sons of Ithamar. And that's where they divided. Among the sons of Eleazar, there were 16 chief men of the house of their fathers, and 8 according to the sons of Ithamar, according to the house of their fathers. So it was, they were double the amount from Eleazar than they were of Ithamar. Thus were they divided by lot, one sort with another, for the governors of the sanctuary and the governors of the house of God were the sons of Eleazar and the sons of Ithamar. And then you go down, it goes into how they were named based on the lots that were taken. And we read verse 7 during the when we did First Maccabees chapter 2 last week, when we're talking about the sons of Mattathias, right? Judas, Simon, Jonathan, and the others, right? But it tells you that the first lot came forth to Jehoiarib in verse 7. That was the same one that they came out of. You go into the lineage. The sons of Mattathias, and Mattathias himself came out of this Jehoiarib that's here, that's mentioned. But that was First Chronicles 24. I just read from 1 to 5. Verse 6 starts going into specifics, but that's what it's talking about here. Solomon's pretty much keeping that going, that his father David said. Going back to 2 Chronicles 8 and 15 now, it says, and they departed not from the commandment of the king unto the priests and Levites concerning any matter or concerning the treasures. See that? And you read an example that happened later in history, but the example you read as far as like a method to get the money was, okay, let's put it in the front so people see it, and okay, put something in. So it was like a new device they made, but to pretty much uphold this law. That's what makes the law so awesome, to where we have the laws, there's different ways to exercise the law to keep people in mind of the law, to where it allows for creativity. It's not just like, oh, robots keeping the law, but depending on who's in power, they might have different creative ways to keep people engaged with the law so that we stay blessed. So that's the history read in Kings was good.
Yeah.
It was later than this point, but it was a way that the priests made sure people remembered. You know.
What was the part? What was the other thing about? It's another form of getting money.
It says concerning the treasures.
Yeah, you will read it. Yeah,
You want me to read the verse again?
Yeah.
So Second Chronicles chapter 8 verse 15, and they departed not from the commandment of the king unto the priests and Levites concerning any matter. So like legal case, we're talking about legal cases, like have a suit one against another, and they will resolve the case, by looking at exhibits and witnesses, right? Or concerning the treasures. So it came to the treasury, making sure that the finances were being held or being carried out properly, which included like that example you were talking about, right? More than likely. Second Chronicles 8 and 15. I was just making reference because it reminded me of what you had read. That happened, I think, under King Uzzah. He had that set up. It's like you're at a school and it's like, okay, we're gonna raise money for something. What should we do? And there's different ideas you can come up with as far as a fundraiser. You got to raise the money, but then you might decide, okay, let's try this product, this service based on our skills, our talents, our resources, and then raise money this way, raise money that way. So there was ways to be creative within the Most High's commandments. There's principles, but then our methods could be various, could be diverse.
Everything costs.
Mm-hmm. No free lunch. That's what they say in the world, right?
Because when Esau having certain dinners, it's like $10,000.
Oh, it was like political dinners, right?
Yeah, 10,000 for a plate of food.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's not really about the food. It's about what they're trying to do, which is get this person elected so they can pass laws to favor these people that are there. Because that's how their circle works. Like our circle is between the people, the king, and the Levites. Their circle is between their politicians and their business constituents, right? Where it's like, and the people are kind of like, hey, we'll get to them later, right? We'll talk to them, but we'll talk over them. But really, it's like we'll have, like, use your example. They have the big $10,000 plate, so it's like, oh, thank you, So the person that paid for that dinner is like, yeah, now I expect you're gonna pass, Proposition 48, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen you all fight. So
right. If you pass Proposition 48, that's gonna be like, give me a, what do you call it? Take my tax liability off of my company, or whatever that law is going to do to make me be able to do business, or allow me to get, licenses to do trade at a certain port, or whatever the city is, whatever the product is. They pretty much are a circle amongst themselves. Well, we elect you so that you pass laws to make it so we can do business easier, make more money, so we can give you more loans, to give you more campaign functions when it's come time for you to run again for your office, whether it be you're going to be a judge, you're going to be a state legislator, whatever you're running for. It's like that's how their circle works. They just kind of keep patting each other's back, And then the people, the people, them too. So really, it's about you and me. As long as we're good, we're good. But now, if you do something that we don't like, we'll make sure you don't get reelected. No more $10,000 dinner.
this is your last in office. You're gonna make it good.
Yeah. And depending on the office, sometimes they can do more than one, so that relationship can go a lot longer. Like the senators, they can do it a lot longer. So they can get reelected, as opposed to like the executive branch, they can only do like 2 in a row, right? And that's it. Whereas other offices, you come down with like the representatives and the state in the Senate at the federal level and at the state level, they can be in those offices longer or get back in office after being in before.
Forget about the judges; they stay in office for life.
Supreme Courts, yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
What?
So yeah, this is the pushing and pulling of government. But now we're seeing how we did it with amongst ourselves when it came to our government and our particular people that were in authority, namely the kings and the priests.
Our priests, I think we started 20 to 50 or something like that.
30 to 50.
Oh, 30 to 50.
It's in numbers. See if you can find it. That's why symbolically when Christ started his ministry at 30, that's what that dealt with. That's why Christ began his ministry at 30 years old, to mirror how the priest started doing the priest ministry at 30. So I'll read 2 Chronicles 8 and 15 again. It says, and they departed not from the command of the king unto the priests and Levites concerning any matter or concerning the treasures. Now all the work of Solomon was prepared unto the day of the foundation of the house of Yahweh, and until it was finished, so the house of God was perfected. Samak was talking about that last night, as far as today's time with different different materials that we have to lay a foundation. It's like day or so later, week or so later, done. Whereas we laid a foundation before, ancient times, you kind of let it sit, let nature take its course, let the ground kind of get used to this new thing. And then at a certain time period goes by, then we'll begin to build that ground level, and that first level, that second level, however high we're supposed to build it. based on whatever the blueprints were. Something took a little bit more time as opposed to today. Things done a lot quicker, which is good in one instance, but then it loses aspects in another instance, right? It's like the difference between efficiency versus effectiveness. To quote the relationship, we talk about like how people versus like artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is really good at efficiency, but not really good at being effective when it comes to the grand picture of things. It can optimize so well, but then it can take away from things we still need. Whereas with people, we can look at things and say, "Oh yeah, while we can streamline this process, we want to make sure that it's going to benefit the community, it's going to benefit the creation, it's going to benefit the environment, things like that." Where the AI may miss some things when it comes to that. Their goals is just to be very efficient at one very specific thing. They lack that broad view. Hence this whole push to try to get the AI to be as broad view as possible. To get to go to AGI to ASI, that's what they claim that they're trying to and that they will achieve as far as AI becoming general when it comes to its knowledge, and then eventually sentient, right? Where it gains a certain level of self-awareness. It's the idea they talk about when it comes to AI development. But wisdom being the key when it comes to not just what we do and how we do it and streamline that, while efficiency is good. The why we do it, you got to have the Most High's law there. Otherwise, all you're going to do is cause things to dilapidate, and then the efficiency won't even matter anymore if you don't even have the basics you need to create your product or service. It won't matter. Unless you have the wisdom of the big view to show, okay, here's why we're doing this to begin with, and here's why this is going to benefit, everything in a short to long term basis as far as the continuum. Not just people, but the animals, the environment as a whole, et cetera, et cetera.
Now, what I was saying, when you look at how they want us to view AI, is not what it actually is. More so, it is it's about speed, adaptability, and responsiveness. So that's pretty much what AI is about. But when it comes to intent, consciousness, AI can never reach that level ever.
Right. That's what I was saying. The efficiency versus effectiveness. Trying to say it less words, but right. As far as the one being how many can we get done within a certain period of time of this thing versus what's the whole reason for getting making these many things in this period of time? How it's going to contribute to the people and the environment as a whole. Where the people, they're supposed to think on this level, and us more so as we have the law, gives insight into how the creation works together. Whereas the AI, like you said, if it just left to itself, it would destroy everybody just to make a match, to make more matches. It would melt down everybody just to gain more materials to make more matches in a shorter period of time. Not looking at the wide scope of why am I making matches to begin with? Why am I making more matches in a shorter period of time? How many matches are we going to need in the earth? It's not really given that big picture view. But the acronym you use, you said SAR.
Speed, adaptability.
Speed, adaptability, and responsiveness.
But people who understand that will know how to use AI to their advantage. Because at the same time, if people don't, you will become somewhat irrelevant. Because you got to know how to, use the system to your advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you will become irrelevant. If you become irrelevant, that means you're not a job where physically, because why people acquire knowledge in the first place is to use it, is to save it at the time needed, then they can use that information, you know, for themselves at their disposal. So now we don't even need to do that because the AI save it for you, and the AI can pretty much, you know, give it to you at the time when you need it, quick, you know, quick on the draw.
Fast.
Right. So again, the ability to acquire information and retain information is one of those things that, you know, that's what we used to do, and that's what we do as people. But the machine could do it faster, you know, even better in most cases. Because example, if you ask somebody, well, who was the last president? Who was the president in 1953 or 1965? You may have to take time to go and find out. Oh man, I forget. It's not like you didn't know it. It's there. But put it on the machine. They'll give it to you in a second. So that's when, you know, the machine beats human. Right? So again, being able to use these things to your advantage for whatever domain that you in, so you don't become irrelevant. Because if it's for Esau doesn't care that you become irrelevant.
Right.
They'll get rid of you. So it's your business.
Come. I find they always talk about, you know, you want to fact check the AI, right? Which people do. Oh, look, I got this wrong. I got that wrong. But we want to talk about the criteria upon how you correct the AI or make sure that it's doing the right thing. That still requires, like you said, a mind that critically think to assess, okay, this is useful, this isn't useful, and here's why. And be able to kind of figure that out. You hear a lot of folks say kind of what you're talking about now. They'll say, you know, will AI replace, you know, software developers? And it's like, no, it'll be people who use AI. It'll be software developers that use AI. They'll be fine, but then those who don't, like you said, keep up with the wave, they'll be the ones that will be left behind. As far as like what makes us still valuable, I want to read about that in a second about Ophir. It was on the map we were looking at earlier. I always think about that verse in Isaiah where it talks about, I shall make a man more precious than fine gold. It's kind of like we're kind of dealing with that tail end right now of that. And I think AI is playing a hand in that as far as Esau and this and how the world is at the end of the world, making men to be less valuable on different fronts, right? Oh, we're not really good for much. So that our creations end up, you know, like I said, replacing us value-wise. We give everything that we think of or can contribute when it comes to arts and crafts and the STEM fields, give it to the machine to then reproduce it and rearrange it in a way that we may not considered. Now it's just like, oh, you know, what are my words? But now the way that we learn, I think, is still, like we read earlier in Isaiah chapter 6, seeing with our eyes, hearing with our ears, understanding with our hearts. I think these are the ways that are still essential for people to learn and for people to teach, regardless of the field. So, like we were saying earlier in the service, learning by seeing, learning by hearing, learning by doing, right? These are the things that we still do and can perform well. And you see strides to make AI and robotics do the same thing up to a similar fashion, like painting a picture as far as seeing, writing and singing a song as far as hearing, performing a play or acting something out as far as doing. We still learn these three major modes, right? And we can learn a whole lot. Our brains can still learn a whole lot by songs, by, you know, paintings or portraits or diagrams or visuals, as well as learning through doing like a play or demonstration, or like, you know, even with like different mediums we make, like movies, things like that. They can be encoded with information where it makes it easy for your mind to remember large amounts of information, right? So we learn it one way, whereas like you touched on earlier, the machine just has the instant recall. Oh, go on the database, look for a certain record. oh, boom, here it is. And they got the microprocessor that can access it quickly. But as far as that creative power that we have, through not just through touch, seeing, and hearing, but our other senses too, right? These are the things that still make us as mankind valuable and still make us creative beings, creative forces. But yeah, you're going to see a lot of research going into seeing how we can get AI and robotics, which is pretty much the artificial version of mind and body that we have, recreate those same things or do the same things in the same fashion, but still, playing catch up as far as being able to do it the same way. Or finally, and this goes to, I think, the biggest point you make, which is, how it's inspired to do it. It can't be really truly inspired to do anything, really. It still is running off of a series of instructions that we provided. It's still running off of, at least with the model that we have now, still running off of, patterns of recognition of past behaviors, past data, to then try to use that to dissipate what's coming next. While we deal with that too, as flesh and blood, right? That's not the only way that we are inspired to create or to innovate or develop things. And as long as there's that gap, until you can really measure the soul, until you really measure the spirit and figure out what actually gives us that insight, whether it be us or even other nations to a certain extent, right? But especially us, until you can measure that and quantify that, the AI and the robotics is still going to be scratching its head when it comes to really being able to copy exactly what we do.
Yeah, you saw the robot that they bought out recently.
Mm-hmm.
They bought out the robot and everything. The robot was there standing around, and the robot just collapsed. They were so embarrassed. I was like, cover it up real quick, take it away.
Where was this?
I don't know where it was going. It was recently. The robot collapsed.
Because a lot of companies, a lot of countries doing this research, right? Building up these different robots. I seen one where it was like they had some robots. They didn't learn how to play. They had to learn to play a game of soccer, but they had to figure out the rules on the fly. So it was like they were learning as they went and kind of putting the pieces together.
It's kind of like any new things that Esau comes with. You can expect it to have the effect in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And they kind of want that because it's a learning process. Later on, that same thing that was effective is going to be replacing people without you even knowing. So that's exactly what the AI has been working on for many, many, many years until they get it to where it is now today, right? And not to drag on that AI, but it's a big thing because in Esau's world, he even threatened the existence of their own people, because again, you need physical work to get paid. Either you work physically, or you work with your mind and create things. So now, when you can't work physically to earn a living, because the physical is being done by robots, and even the thinking now is being done by machine, where do you stand as an individual? Because those are the two things that we are good for. Mm-hmm. Work physically to earn a living, to get paid, and then to survive in terms of take care of your immediate needs. You got to do it physically, right? Manual labor. And then don't want to do manual labor too much, then you become a thinker and come up with ideas. AI cannot come up with ideas. It cannot inspire. You still need an individual connected to the Most High, mm-hmm, right, to be able to innovate, inspire, and think consciously to come up with things. What they want you to believe, even the name artificial is not even artificial. Because when you think about it, AI cannot train itself without any knowledge and information. And the information and knowledge that AI has is people's information. Mm-hmm. They got from books, right? And through OCRs, they decode all these things, and that was in PDF, put it, and then extract it and put all that information into a computer with microprocessors. Now the system can decipher that information, but it has to be trained to be able to do that. Without that, AI is nothing. AI is made stuff by people's information. It's not like AI is making up its own stuff, right? Those microprocessors are very powerful. They're able to it's cognition, memory, right? Being able to store that information, right? And then being able to regurgitate that information upon request in a matter of seconds, whereas human, cannot process it as fast as the machine is. So, in a nutshell, that's all AI is, and that's all robotics is.
Yeah, it's the externalization of the mind and body. Oh, sorry, I was going to say something. You can go first.
Oh yeah, based on a recent report, the incident referred to the debut of AI doll, one of Russia's first AI-powered humanoid robot, which collapsed on stage during a presentation in Moscow in November 2025. Seconds after walking onto the stage to the theme from Rocky and raising its arm to wave, the roughly 6 foot, 209-pound robot lost its balance and fell face first. Remember the Dagon? It just fell face first.
So you said Moscow robot dancing to Rocky thing?
Yeah, to the Rocky music.
Look that up.
In Moscow, November 2025. It just fell down face first.
Mm-hmm.
Remember Dagon? Dagon? It fell down before the ark.
So, like we were saying, I'm trying to remember where I made the reference to AI earlier. I think it had to do with what did I read? Now when the works of sound was repaired until the day of the foundation, until it was finished, so the house was perfected. Yeah. So I'm trying to remember where we even got started on AI. I made a reference to it like as an indirect reference, something we didn't get until 16. But either way, like we just talked about, when it comes to the source of that power, the ultimate why behind why we're able to say and do the things that we do, like you mentioned, until we have to give it everything that we can come up with, which we can give it a lot, but we can't give it everything. But you'll see them promoting these things to, like, I guess, cause fear. Like, oh, look, we got an artificial singer now that can sing songs, right? We got an artificial painter that can do paintings. And you guys probably remember in history, even older examples, like, oh yeah, we got the AI chess master that beat the best chess player, 5 games out of 5, things like that. But when it comes to the wisdom or effectiveness, as far as being effective within all the creation, we're still going to have gaps when it comes to trying to give the machine all of that. Because one, if it's going to be the heathen training stuff, they're not going to get it. And then even if we give it those things, it'll still need to be guided by us when it comes to using the commandments to actually deal with creation a certain way. It's like there's always going to need to be a connection through spirit to the Most High, so that these machines, these AI and robotics, pretty much mind and body created, can keep up with what has to happen within the creation, because the creation needs the Most High's commandments to continue on. Otherwise, we were saying earlier, it's just going to be very narrowly focused on maybe solving one problem at the cost of others being declined or denied. And we know that in the end, if it's just left up to the heathen to provide it with training data, yeah, it can only go but so far. It can only go as far as what the heathen can conceive. So without the knowledge of the law of the Most High and how mankind fits within the full picture of the environment, and the animals and things like that, plants and animals, it's just going to make a mess of things, maybe even quicker than one might think. But it's a good thing that the prophecy tells us that a man shall become more precious than gold, showing that a man's value will be restored in the kingdom. And the value of the spirit and the importance of it will be restored in the kingdom, so that we'll know and realize, yeah, to be men and women of the Lord is still peak, still top technology, even though we may try to come up with other ways to achieve everlasting life, or what they call the singularity, right? Their version of the tree of life. It's still going to fall short compared to the real tree of life, which is aligning ourselves unto wisdom. So I do want to achieve everlasting life through artificial means. It's a blessing that Solomon gave us a verse like this. This ain't the only one, but one that comes to mind. I'll read this real quick. I only got 1 or 2 verses left, but let me just read this real quick. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 8. Because in the end, right, if AI is to be more than just efficient, if AI has to be not only efficient but effective, which is what wisdom excels at, but then knowledge can only get us so far. The best they can achieve is intelligence, but can they achieve artificial wisdom? That's what they need to do to achieve not only efficiency, which is what AI is good at, but for it to become AW, it has to be effective as well, meaning how is it contributing to the creation as a whole? In order for that to happen, you have to be allied unto wisdom. And that's what it says in Wisdom of Solomon chapter 8 and verse 17, which I'll read it real quick. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 8 and verse 17, it reads, "Now when I considered these things in myself and pondered them in my heart, how that to be allied unto wisdom is immortality." See, so this is how one truly lives forever. It's not just eating, sleeping, drinking, reproducing, having children, those children having children, right? The wisdom has to be there, because even that will run its course. In the end, if wisdom isn't there when it comes to how we as men and women carry ourselves in the earth, right? And the decisions that we make. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 8 and verse 17. And I got another verse from Proverbs I can share too. I'm kind of see that, elder. That is a good thing then. Something to run them into the ground, right? Again, AI called me about this podcast again. All right. Pattern recognition, right? Which we do. We know AI does this very well. It's better at remembering those individual things. But it may really understand the full wideness, but what it'll do probably for Everett Stevenson, they'll say, okay, this person was logged on yesterday, the day before. They're looking at these types of videos. We get these types of ads. They click these many ads. All right, let's give them a reminder to go check them out again. Or let's give them a reminder to subscribe to the video. Because I've seen now where you get commercials just for YouTube channels, not just for a product, but for a YouTube channel. They'll say, yeah, subscribe to this channel because we think you might like this because of things you've been looking at these last couple of days, these last couple of weeks. You know.
And they even have a company now. That you don't need even, for example, if you want to do the service, right? Or if you want to do a podcast, you don't even need to be there.
Yeah.
All it is your name and some patterns about you. Right? Right now,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right? Some patterns about you, and then give them the subject. Is you might be 5 minutes into watching that video until you realize it's not you that's actually doing it. Right?
That's facts.
So that's now. Imagine once they get this thing to really make, an integration.
There's a couple channels now that I watch like that, but I think I saw the first one like that. It was kind of mainstream a couple months ago. I'm not sure how long ago, but it's for the same subject matter, but it's not actually the woman, but it looks and sounds like her. And actually, whatever software she has is actually doing pretty good. It's not like the cheesy stuff that's easy to catch. And she even says it in the beginning. She's like, "Oh, in case you didn't know, I am the digital representation of the woman that I'm using the name as." Oh, okay. So I'm looking at the person. Like you said, it records a portion of your voice, and you might look in the camera and say, "Okay, do this and do this," and then they'll do the rest. They'll say, "Okay, now like like certain AI will say, okay, take a picture. All right, now click here to animate the picture. Just off of one still photo, they can make you, do stuff and sometimes looks kind of choppy, but just off of that one photo, they can make it look like a video. Like it can use what it captures data wise, and then try to anticipate, okay, what your side profile would look like, the back of your head would look like, you know, other things like as far as your mouth, your nose, your eyes. Just anticipate what it would look like if it were to move around. But now they have like just a short video of you, they can do even more. And like you said, Kahan, it's been around for a while. It's just now they're just pushing it real heavy into the atmosphere. But as far as artificial intelligence, or what they refer to as artificial narrow intelligence, you've had that for a while. But now, as far as this stuff's concerned, it's like the art is like weeding out, okay, what the technology is actually doing on a base level, and then potentially how that could affect the bottom line of certain businesses. Like, okay, in real time, how much time can this save? How much resources could this save if this was like being used by everybody or being used by certain sectors of industry? But that is the real answer. But then the answer we tend to fall for is the heads of these companies putting out certain propaganda, putting out certain information, and kind of pumping each other up and saying, "Oh yeah, we value this at this amount," but they don't really have anything to show for it, and doing what they call like the AI bubble, if you will. Like that is like the one extreme. Then you also have using these technologies when it comes to AI robotics, and looking at these key performance and they call them KPIs, key performance indicators, as far as how they may affect how long something takes or how much resource something takes to make said product or do said service. We can measure that and say, okay, here's how long it takes to do these things. Then we can really actually calculate, all right, here's how many jobs that are going to get replaced by this thing. It's here that working dead, a lot of it's just guesswork and flashing of the hands and saying, oh yeah, it's the next best thing. You want to get in, you don't want to be late, And usually a lot of folks jump in at once, and you have a handful of folks that actually would capitalize on the technology itself. Like I think some of us that are on now, we could probably relate a lot of this. Well, I won't be exactly the same, but kind of related to what we saw in the 2000s, the .com. It was very similar as far as the pattern, where you have a lot of folks coming up with different ideas and things, to suit that particular paradigm. A lot of them fell off the scene, but then others, a small handful that had resources in place that kind of weathered the storm or the long-term period, they were able to get through that and then capitalize on that technology. So it kind of be a similar thing that we see now with this, with this AI phase that we're in now, at least as far as them making it a thing to talk about, even though it's kind of always been in the workings. But in the end, remember, the Holy Spirit is still cutting edge, right? As much as they want to try to emulate the Holy Spirit and what it allows us to do as men and women, it's still playing catch up, right? Look at how cutting edge the disciples were years ago, right? Healing the sick, cleansing the lepers, raising the dead, right? Giving sight to the blind. Can they do those things? And as it tries, okay, what paradigm is it trying to use to even achieve that, right? That's one thing that we that have the truth, we can be comforted in and knowing that, okay, we, by dealing with the Most High, by dealing with His commandments, we're doing what the instructions are for what men and women are supposed to be and what we're supposed to do and say. We're right where we need to be, right? And we will always provide value from a physical all the way to a spiritual level, as long as we make that our core, our foundation, right? We have nothing to fear for anything we made with our hands, right? But for our people and other people in the world, due to their fear of the unknown, remember Wisdom of Solomon, chapter it's either 17 and 12 or 15 and 12. Let me try 15 first. 17. Yeah, 17 and 12. Without really having the awareness of what these things are and why they're able to do what they're able to do, and just to be able to identify the potential limitation, we could fall into that fear as well. But you conquer fear through reason. This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17 and 12. It says, "For fear is nothing else but a betraying of the succors which reason offered." You see that? So without reason, if you're standing in the dark, if you're not really sure about something, you're unaware of something, that's where fear will seep in. Let me read this verse also. Just going through Ecclesiasticus. It's just something that you'll hear you'll hear the heathen talk about this, Esau, other nations, even our people that are in the world talk about, the importance of the humanities and being a human, right? But really, it's about being one of the chosen of God, because you got to take it to the next level, even beyond that. This is Ecclesiasticus, chapter 17. Just to kind of give you like the frame behind which we see people trying to do research into these AI and robotics, so-called, to try to mimic what the Most High did when it came to making man. But these are the things they're trying to do with the technology. It says in Ecclesiasticus chapter 17 and verse 1, it reads, "The Lord created man of the earth and turned him into it again." Verse 2, "He gave him a few days and a short time and power also over the things therein." So we still have power over the things therein, even though he gave us a few days and a short time. Only that few days and short time is because we didn't ally ourselves into wisdom. Otherwise, we would have never died, right? As far as Adam and Eve. It says, verse 3, "He endued them with strength by themselves and made them according to his image." So we're powerful. We're a force to be reckoned with as mankind, even when we don't have the Holy Spirit. And we're not even tapped into that. We're tapped into a lower spirit, right? We still have strength within ourselves. Look at the Tower of Babel incident, for example. Verse 4, "He put the fear of man upon all flesh and given dominion over the beasts and the fowls." The more we go against the Most High's commandments, we know that can be upset at times, where now we're afraid of animals. We're afraid of being chased down by them, being killed by them, right? Only because we abandoned the Most High. But check this out in verse 5. "They receive the use of the 5 operations of the Lord." That's what we were talking about earlier, right? Exercising our senses to discern between good and evil. We mentioned mainly seeing, hearing, and doing, or like touch. Those being 3 key ones. But then we also have hearing, seeing. We have smell and taste as well, right? To add to that plethora, we know we have research going into AI and robotics to even copy those things too. You have AI and robotic research going into even looking at other animals, not just mankind, and saying, well, let's study bird patterns, let's study how locusts move, let's study how wildebeest graze, how they migrate, and trying to emulate those things. So it's like this constant effort to take the Most High's creation, us included, and say, how do we build these things that can pretty much benefit off those same attributes that the Most High gave them. So it says, "You receive the use of the 5 operations of the Lord. In the 6th place, he imparted them understanding." That's how we make decisions and reason. We read about Wisdom of Solomon 17. "And in the 7th, speech, an interpreter of the cogitations thereof." Like we were talking about earlier, kind of about the cognition. So these 6 and 7 speech, the 6 and 7 senses, we see a lot of heavy work going into this when it comes to AI as far as trying to create systems that can learn, like they call machine learning. And then through speech, which we see with things we talk to, whether it be like our navigation in our car, or it might be the one we have for our house, whether it be like Alexa or Siri or something like that. Understanding speech, and now just one language, but all different languages, all different nuances that come with language, and systems to keep up with it, because we know languages change all the time. We see them making a heavy use of those 6 or 7 senses, trying to create robotics and AI that can do these things. But now you see them doing also with the other ones, where we're talking about sight, we're talking about cameras, and all the things that they can scan. We're talking about hearing, we're talking about microphones, all the things that they can scan and record, right? And in touch, we're talking about like tactile technology, where you step on a certain plate or apply a certain amount of weight in an elevator or on a drive-through or something like that, it'll trigger a response. So you look at all the different research going in, trying to emulate or mimic what the creation has already done. And we look at what we can do beyond what we consider normal. That's a thing that AI and robotics still has to be able to do. What we can do with the Holy Spirit, as long as we're tapped in and tuned in. So, let that be the measuring stick upon to measure, okay, just how important, just how valuable AI and robotics is, right? While it can do a lot of great things, which scriptures talk about, the signs and lying wonders and things like that through technology, can it still compete with all the things that the Holy Spirit can do? So let that allow you to rest easy at night.
No, you're correct. One thing that we should also keep in mind,
Mm-hmm.
this is not new. This is not a new thing. And we know what the outcome was, right? When it happens in Tower Bible.
Mm-hmm.
It's no different. It's not different than what happened in Tower Bible, except it's being done in modern time through what we experience in AI. Eventually, the Most High gonna, put an end to it. So you know what I mean. So it's wishful thinking. That's why the Most High warns us in Proverbs to not make too much of men's creation that try to, make a name for themselves. That's pretty much all it is. Esau try to make a name for himself and come up with all these inventions, right? Use the world, but don't abuse it. Again, the Most High will bring it to naught, because it's another version of Tower Bible in modern day time.
Come. Positively, positively.
Focus on them, the Most High. High above.
It's funny because the water for that too, Elder. Proverbs 9 and 10 to add to the list. But yes, I just want to read that Ecclesiastes 17, 1-5. That was it. And I'll write down this too. Proverbs 9 and 10. Fear the Lord being the beginning of wisdom. Absolutely. It's funny. I'm reminded of Esau telling on himself through his art. That first Star Wars back in the day, when they first built the Death Star. And you see the different generals are like, oh, we can get those rebels. We gotta, we built like our own artificial planet that can shoot, plasma beams, and, powered by the same power that the sun is powered by. And then Darth Vader, he's kind of an interesting character because he's machine, but he's also man, right? But he's man who we would say from a scriptural standpoint, he's like in tune with the spirit, like they call it the force, but he's like in tune with the spirit too, if you will. But he kind of shuts them down in the meeting. They're all excited about the Death Star and what he could do. He's like, don't be taken back by this technical terror you've created. He's like, the ability to destroy a planet is nothing compared to the power of the force. And then you get the one guy reply back, and he's like, oh, here you go, talking about that old religion, that ridiculous, religion that died years ago. The Jedi had been dead for a while. And he's like, did this power of yours able to find the map that was missing? Did your power do this, that, and the third? He starts choking with the force. He's like, I find your lack of faith disturbing. That comes in. Okay, guys, break it up. But just that thing he says, as far as, what the technology can do is nothing compared to the power of the force. We can take something away from that and know the truth. In that, to echo what you said a second ago, and we read in the scriptures, anything we build by our hands or anything we build by our hands, it still can't compare to what the Most High has created and to the Most High himself. Because even what we create is inspired by the Most High, whether it be from him directly or through one of his hosts. This is Isaiah. Isaiah chapter 45, not 45, Isaiah 54. Isaiah chapter 54, verse 16 and verse 17. So Isaiah 54 and 16, it reads, Behold, I've made the smith, I have created the smith that bloweth the coals in the fire that bringeth forth the instrument for his work. And I have created the waster to destroy. So from ancient times to modern times, right? Scientists, engineers, right? Mathematicians, right? We've come up with all types of things, right? Men going to and fro, knowledge being increased, Daniel 12:4, right? But yet the Most High is responsible for even those, even us, that come up with these things, right? And that even includes what we deal with the information age now with all different technology based on databases, operating systems, networks. All these things are created by the Most High, who created the engineers to make these things, right? If we don't even use the word smith, we might use the word engineer in a more modern sense. But it's the same idea, right? And the most terrible weapons of all, as far as mankind is concerned, being the hydrogen bomb, atomic bomb, nuclear weapons, things that can cause all types of devastation in a short period of time. Even the Most High made that to destroy. So all that is in the power of the Most High's hands and the power of his host's hands. Because his hosts understand these things too. Oftentimes they're there whether we realize or not, giving us inspiration for good or for bad to create and develop these things. Whether it be our people who invented a whole lot in the modern era, or the other nations that, yeah, they've had their share of invention too, right? Then finally in verse 17, no weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper. The thee is talking about Israel, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment thou shalt condemn. Go back earlier about the bywords and proverbs being said about us, right? Under the curse. So they have a judgment to look forward to. Anyone who's tried to, malign us or go against us, even in our sin, going to be a judgment against them, where we're going to condemn them for. It says in the last part of the verse, this is the heritage of the servants of Yahweh, and their righteousness is of me, saith Yahweh. Here's the righteousness that we're going to keep up, we're going to uphold, that Solomon is advocating, right, going forward, since we're dedicating the temple right now, and to pretty much take hold of this heritage and hand this down. Even if we fall away, that the Most High in his mercy that endure forever allows us to reattach to that heritage that we forgot about, which is why we and other branches of Christ out there are trying to do. We just connect back to that heritage because we got nothing better else to hold on to in this kingdom, which is on its way out, but you really got no other option. Otherwise, you're going to burn with it. So if this doesn't motivate us, I don't know what will. But we need to have eyes that can see, ears that can hear, and a heart that understand. Then go to this verse, then read it, and then believe it and go, okay, here's what we're dealing with, right? Remember what we see happening in the world with the end times and things being advanced, concerns we have been talking about this last half hour or so. You always go back to verses like this. Always go back to Matthew 10 and read down what Christ is talking about. All things he has disciples do. They still haven't even gotten close to what the disciples were doing 2,000 years ago. That should tell you something. Let them try. But that's the power that we're tapped into. All right? Let's go back to 2 Chronicles chapter 8. Wow, for hanging on, y'all. So we're pretty much done, but we kind of did a little aside talking about AI and robotics. Let me read the last couple of verses real quick from verse 17 to the end.
even all that technology and what they have, they see the UFO was there, and they're like, we don't have that technology.
Mm-hmm.
I've been being in like over Jersey a few months ago, like 18 hours in the sky. Like we don't have that technology, and they tell people not to shoot at them.
Mm-hmm. That's another conversation of itself, talking about the chariots and that's prophesied in the Bible. And Esau trying his best to like say as little as possible to make it seem like, oh, it could be us too. It could be a top secret project that we're responsible for. A little power tactic, right? To either dismiss it as, I'm not worried about that, or ha ha ha, that's one of our test projects that's top secret, try to take credit for it. But us to know the truth, we know the real deal. Because yeah, they're gonna try to emulate that, like they do everything else that the Most High does. Come. So now in verse 17, 2 Chronicles chapter 8. Then went Solomon to Ezion-Geber and to Eloth at the seaside in the land of Edom. That was a verse you read earlier, and I have it written down. You read that verse in was it 1 Kings 9:19, I think, or 9:16? Where is it? Remember you were looking at that Ezion-Geber on the map, Yakina?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 1 Kings 9:26. I forgot to write your name next to this verse.
We could bring it up, see it again.
Right here at the bottom of the map.
He's Ezion-Geber. You can say, what is that red line right here?
Major routes.
Oh, major routes. Bring up again. They went to Edom. But Edom is tough, man. To go through them, maybe more to.
We remember what happened in previous years. What did David do? What did David do in 2 Samuel 5? Remember?
The Valley of Salt.
We built garrisons in that land. Remember?
Oh.
And they paid tribute to David. Remember?
Oh.
So Solomon inherited that. Remember? I know you like reading the Samuels and Kings. So it's a continuum. Remember? 2 Samuel 5, remember?
Oh, okay.
David's wars. So we're top dogs right now. We run things, if you will. That's what you wanted to see, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Come.
Yeah, remember the Valley of Salt, they pitched over a lot.
Yeah, Joab almost got him, right? Almost got them all, but then because of that sin, Most High allowed that one to get away. Hadad the Edomite that fled to Egypt, right?
Fled to Egypt seems to be a thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, we tried it with the Babylonians, and we saw what happened there with that during Jeremiah's time. And he warned Zedekiah, he said, don't do it.
Don't go. He still tried it.
Exactly. Cons, that was a map just to show what we read earlier in 2 Chronicles 8 and 17. And I posted the link above in the chat. You want to guys see that map again, but that's I think map number 55 in that list. Reading on verse 18, it says, and Hiram sent him by the hands of his servants, ships and servants that had knowledge of the sea. And they went with the servants of Solomon to Ophir and took thence 450 talents of gold and brought them to King Solomon. It's going into the trade agreement that we had, because remember, we read it earlier on, or yesterday too, I think, that Hiram, he loved David. So he saw Solomon and said, oh yeah, you're my David's successor. I'm going to treat you the way I treated David, right? Let's do trade together and we'll support you in what you're trying to do. as you guys are God's people. See that? So we had a trade arrangement with them to get like raw materials, and we applied them, I think, with workers, and then we also had corn, and we did trade with them. We go back to past Sabbath service. We're going through First Kings. We're reading about the trade agreement that we had pretty much with Tyre when it came to human resources, corn, and then just like the wood as a resource to use to do certain construction, namely for the temple and for Solomon's house. And let's see here. Or shepherd and the tradesman again. It's Freemason again.
It's about
They all sing I. Mr. Stevenson, if you want, and I'll post it as we wrap up, but kind of had this conversation before, but what is to make sure when we read the scriptures, we understand and discern between, okay, which portion of the scriptures is referring to historical events, and then which part of the scriptures are actually considered like a parable or a metaphor. We want to make sure we weigh things in the balance when it comes to the scriptures, because it does switch. Sometimes it can go to just, okay, literally, this person said it did this at this time. Other times it could be a story that's trying to portray or is portraying something of a deeper meaning. But I'm not really talking about there as far as Isaiah, if you're referring to what we read earlier in Isaiah chapter 6 or what that means. But
yeah, about 450 talents of gold is roughly about $2.13 billion today.
$2.13 billion for now, right?
Oh yeah, 2.13. Yeah. Or $2.2 billion today. That's still a lot of money.
Yeah, for now, right? It's probably gonna go up even more as inflation gets crazy. At least with 450 talents, it's like, okay, gold is gold. Gold worth what gold is worth. Whereas with the dollars, it's like dollars go crazy if you just let it, just keep printing more and more of it, right? But the water for that translation, that's pretty cool. So 450 talents is equal to $2.13 billion. Interesting. All right, so we're at a Hebrew watch now, a little over 4 hours, but we'll make it end here unless anyone else has any other scriptures or comments they want to bring out. And we kind of ended the service about a half hour ago. We kind of were just talking about some things that I know are a concern to some, but even for us that in the truth, we want to be able to always just reconcile anything we see that's a sign of the times, to go back to the scriptures and get the truth about, okay, anything that we see in the world, where the source is, where it comes from, which we read that in Isaiah, and then what the intention is, which we read that in Ecclesiasticus, as far as trying to recreate the creation with the artificial means. And we know yours going to fall short, because unless you can measure what the Most High has made when it comes to his toolkit, when it comes to his raw materials used to make the heavens and the earth, then you're always going to fall short. When it comes to the soul and the spirit, you got Esau that argues over whether or not that even exists, though. Even the Greeks acknowledge the soul, but then some were like, well, we're not sure. So if you can measure, things that are of a spiritual nature, right, and get to things on that level, for you to try to recreate man or animals or anything that we have here in creation to do something similar or something beyond, it's going to fall short. You got to have the blueprint.
I mean, it's good to talk about these things, especially that AI stuff. That's gonna be part of what's gonna catch a lot of our people, and a lot of our people is gonna be destroyed just because of AI. Because imagine if you can't work or you're irrelevant, right? And because of we don't keep the laws of the Most High, those who don't keep the laws of the Most High, they're gonna be confused. And once you can make money to answer to your basic needs, financial problem, you're gonna get sick.
Yeah.
You're gonna start getting sick, all kinds of problems. And that's part of the destruction of our people who choose not to keep the laws of the Most High. And it's the majority of us.
Come. Spiritual gifts are going to be a necessity. You're going to need to develop them. I'm going to quote your favorite verse real quick in Isaiah before I do the housekeeping. Let me get your favorite verse in Isaiah 33, right? It speaks what you just said. Check this out. This is Isaiah 33 and verse 6. Isaiah 33 and 6, it reads, "In wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times and strength of salvation. The fear of the Lord is his treasure." So this is our investment, right? The commandments, which lead us to the fruit of the Spirit, which is like our attitude, the way that we conduct ourselves, our counselors. And then beyond the fruit of the Spirit, we then have the spiritual gifts, whatever those things might be, right? Whether it be operations, administrations, gifts of knowledge, of wisdom of certain kinds, gifts of healing, interpreting tongues, right? A lot of these gifts we use to better the body, but we can even use these gifts when it comes to even making like a livelihood too. And we can't even, name all the different, how many different gifts when it comes to the arts and crafts, right, of making different things. We've had, when it comes to our forefathers, being able to work with like different types of materials and even things that they're trying to, like you said, Kahan, replace us with like 3D printing and things of that nature, and things that can do fabrications artificially. We still have the Holy Spirit on our side to allow us to develop those spiritual gifts, but the obedience being key, because like we read, that's going to be the thing that's going to sustain us when it's all said and done. That wisdom and that knowledge that comes only by way of the Holy Spirit, and not anything claiming to be the Holy Spirit, but the true Holy Spirit that allows you to read the scriptures, understand the essentials. Who are we as a people? Why are we in a lower state? What we got to do to get out of it. I'm reminded of a folk tale, American folk tale. Some of you guys probably familiar with John Henry, the steel driving man, right? They have a Disney movie they made of like an animated show they made of like the different folk tale heroes, like Paul Bunyan, and I'm not sure if Pecos Bill was in that one, but I know John Henry was in there. He was like a brother who was like really big and strong, and it was when they were laying down railroads in the 1800s, and they had a challenge where they built a machine that could lay down tracks. So he said, you know what? I can compete with that machine, right? And his family, his wife, they were like, oh, you have to do this, you have to do this. Like, yeah, I have to prove, myself, that I'm valuable, it's that and the third. And then they had a competition where he was laying down tracks with the hammers and the machine was going too. And he ended up beating the machine. But the bittersweet ending was he ended up having a heart attack after beating the machine. This is how the story of John Henry ends, right? They say it's a folk tale, but a lot of folk tales have it kind of became like a legend in a sense, even though it's more like it was based in truth. But yeah, there's no need to compete with the machine at the expense of our own life. Right? The Holy Spirit will take care of it as long as we trust in the Lord and put Him first when it comes to His commandments. Right. We'll run circles around any of these devices that even we may even be working at places to help build. Right? We don't have anything to fear. Whereas in his case, he already had the blessing of the Lord, but he thought he needed to compete with the machine, hence the bittersweet ending. I should say the bitter ending, really. That, okay, the sweet part, he beat the machine, but then he ended up in a heart attack. But even though it's an old story, I think it's still, it's still relevant to today, where people are, especially our people, are feeling like the modern John Henry, right? Where it's like, oh, I got to compete with these machines.
All right, let me read that real quick. In Proverbs 4, verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
Proverbs chapter 4, verse 1 reads, and this is the solution. This is our solution as far as God's people who are striving to keep His commandments. It says, Hear, ye children, the instruction of a father, and attend to no understanding. For I give you good doctrine, forsake ye not my law. For I was my father's son, tender and only beloved in the sight of my mother. He taught me also and said unto me, let thine heart retain my words, keep my commandments, and live. That's the key.
Kind of what for that? So it was Proverbs 4:1 to, would you stop?
1 to 4.
Proverbs 4:1 to 4. Nice.
In the Romans and the Greeks, they have their afterlife. Their soul, you know.
Say again.
The Romans and the Greeks, so they have their afterlife thing. Even in the movie, The Gladiator, you show that he died and he's in this world, you know.
Oh, yeah.
and stuff.
That's they call it Elysium. That's the afterlife.
Yeah, yeah, Elysium. I mean, those that are blessed.
Ham has that place too. Because the Greeks got it from the Romans got it from them.
It's the isles of the blessed, for heroes, warriors, and righteous, place of peace, beauty, and rest. Yeah, we told that.
The Vikings called it Valhalla. They say if you die in battle, you'll get there. It's like the however many virgins with Islam. If you die fighting against the infidels, you know you'll get the however many it is. Yeah, very convenient mythology to motivate your soldiers to go to war. You know, but yep.
What do the women get?
Yeah, I know exactly, right? I'm sure they have a tale for them too, right? They say, oh, through your labors and widowhood and motherhood and being, you know, a woman of the community, it'll do whatever suits that government at that time. If you do the thing that makes you a contributing member of society, you shall be blessed in the afterlife. They'll have some sort of reward for them in the end for all their toils and labor. For the sake of the government, for the sake of the empire. Mm-hmm. You'll be blessed. Trust us. You'll be blessed by the gods. Trust us. Come. So, Tawada, once again, everybody that's here, either online, in person, or the live stream, Tawada for humoring us during our last half hour. So as we kind of went into a little current event, or I should say a current situation with AI and kind of weighed in the balance with the scriptures to show, you know, where our fears are truly lying. Let's go through the housekeeping just to make sure for folks that are maybe chiming in for the first time. I know with this particular format, we usually have a prescribed reading that we go through, right? We have a schedule. I'll be sending that out to you guys too for the January through June 2026. I'll make sure to email it out to you guys, the latest Sabbath readings, since we're getting close to the end of the Gregorian year. But every Tuesday and Friday from 7 to 10 p.m., you can reach us here. This is our address. Well, actually, let's say this is the teleconference line first. 667-770-1085. Access code 521-455. Right. Every Tuesday and Friday from 7 to 10 p.m. we have our class time where you guys can entertain maybe some specific questions, maybe some things we talked about here. Right. It was more open-ended, whereas with the Sabbath service and with holy days, we usually have a certain thing we already intend to go through and then break that down. We might answer questions if they're brief, where they come in the chat or here in person. But if it's like something that requires a whole class, we'll just push it to the Tuesday and Friday class. Definitely join us there. You want to join us through your electronic device, you can also come here, which is PayPal, profitabletalks.com. Which if you go to this website during those same class times, as long as you have Zoom installed on your phone, your tablet, your laptop, your desktop, whatever device you have, you'll be able to see us in person like we see here, and then you can communicate that way. Share your camera, your microphone, and we can engage you. Just don't come on there and try to troll, because otherwise we'll just have to remove you. If you have a legit question, or you want to talk about some things we talked about, maybe have questions about certain prophecies and how everything comes together in the end, and what our nationality is, why that's even important. Any question you get, even some of the stuff we talked about towards the end of our Sabbath service, talking about modern day concerns with AI and robotics. We can go into that too, that we did tonight. We can go into what we did this afternoon. we can revisit those topics too, go into some other examples to where we can be encouraged in the Most High's righteousness, be encouraged by the Holy Spirit and the power that it gives us, and that can be used to overcome any fear we may have, even these crazy times that we're in. But definitely join us there, either by the website or by the phone number, because we keep both open. Also, if you guys want to have anything you want to contribute to how we do the service, as far as the electronics we use, as far as the building that we televise from, things like that, or you want to give your tithe, which is your tenths, or offering for holy days, we don't pocket any of the money. We put it all towards keeping the school running, keeping this service going, as far as the internet and things we need electronic wise, and any holy days we may have, or trips we may set up for holy days. Any tithes you give go towards that, towards further in this particular branch of Christ. But you can write and send your checks and or money orders to Ha Yash Alakana, same way you see it spelled at the bottom, HAYASHAH, YSHAR, I can't spell, YASHARAHLA, and then KANAS, spelled the same way you see there at the bottom, not the way I just spelled it. I was getting a little mixed up there. 3826B, Germantown Avenue, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19140. Send checks and money orders there. If you wanted to do a donation electronically, we have this medium, which is paypal.me/HYK12, paypal.me/HYK12, no spaces. Also, you can Zelle us directly at 646-620-7378. 646-620-7378. Please like and share the video, as you want to get more people aware of what's going on these last days and times. Namely, like we discussed earlier, who are we as a people? Why are we in a lower state as a people? And what we got to do to get out of it. And in contrast to the other nations that are in power, like Esau, or the so-called white man, Moab, or the so-called Chinese, Ham, or the so-called Africans, Ishmael, or the so-called Arabs, the list goes on. Why are they in a high position right now? What's going to happen to them before it's all said and done, before Christ at the second coming? We can go into those prophecies as well. And with fine detail, you'd be surprised. Right here in the scriptures, right? So this isn't some old, dusty book. No, this book is very much modern and present, right? The scriptures tell us Jesus Christ is the same yesterday, today, and forever. Right? The wisdom of the Lord is timeless. Shout out to that verse you quoted in Proverbs 4. That's beautiful, right? About putting the fear of the Lord first above everything else, even in the times that we're in now. So I want to say all thanks be, all praise to the Most High in Christ by way of the Holy Spirit. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. Rakatehawa by Shem Yahushua, La Rokapadash. I want to say Shakadash, which means happy new moon. Wa Shabbat, which means and Sabbath. Wa Ashar Hanukkah, which just means happy feast of Hanukkah. We're in the 7th day. When the sun sets tonight, we'll be in the 8th day of the feast, and the final day of the feast, which will come to a conclusion Sunday at sundown. So hopefully we enjoyed our week. Hopefully it wasn't too busy, getting too pulled different directions, which we know that tends to happen a lot, especially when it comes to doing things for the Lord. It's almost like the world wants to have things in place to keep us distracted. Not surprised that Satan would do that for us that are trying our best to keep these holidays holy the best we can, even though we're pulled in a lot of different directions. But yeah, most times we'll talk to everybody tonight for tonight's service, the closing service we're going to do here tonight as well, for the Feast of Dedication, or Chag Hanukkah, that's how you say it in the Hebrew. Thanks for joining us today. It's a pleasure having you with us. Hopefully you were edified. Hopefully you were encouraged, right? Hopefully you realize the importance of, we can't stress it enough, the importance of the law, statutes, and commandments, the fruit of the Spirit, spiritual gifts, right? Those are the only things that we need, whether it was then or now, right? The modern era doesn't change that. As long as we have those with us and we trust in the Most High that He'll bless us with those things, we apply those things to our lives, inward and outwardly, we've got nothing to fear. We will remain the cutting edge. Okay? Until our enemies meet the edge of the sword, we'll remain the cutting edge. All right, so with that, we'll say a Shah Shabbat, Wakadak once again, and we'll do the closing prayers. Shalom, Israel. We'll talk to you guys a little bit later this evening.
Oh.
I think I know you're supposed to be sounding like. I think I knew whose voice that was. I think I know whose voice that was. Mhm. Mhm. So, Wakati hawa ba shumi hawa shai a shirana tana na pari a gapin tuwala amma. La yawa ba shumi hawa shai a ya shirala. English translation, blessed are Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. Magwa, Panyawa, Jerusalem, stand of face, Jerusalem. Yahweh Bashem, Yahweh Shai, Babakushai, Shemai, Lanawe, I pay, Yemyen, I pay, Shalak, Mike Allah, Walla Allahayim, Tazwadakim, La Shema Ayu, Barak, Rapha, Magan, Wakazayak, Banya, Yash Allah, Washalak, Lanawa, Rabian, Kakamad, Rabian, Da'ait, Rabian, Mayanad, Rabian, Sabalanwath, Rabian, Mamawan, Rabian, Aqua, Rabian, Mahabian, Rabian, Haganai, Rakhanai, Wasalak, Kau, Katsamnawa, La Akian, Wa Akiwab, Wayash Allah, Thamyad, Waiwalam, Basham, Yahweh Shai, what man. English translation, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, Please listen to us now. Right now, send Michael and righteous powers to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the children of Israel. And send to us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, much love, much spiritual protection, and forgive all our sins. For the brothers, sisters in Israel, always and forever, in the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, so be it. Repeat the Hebrew only. Yahweh Bashem, Yahweh Shai, Barak Naweh, Wayash Ale, Wabath Yasaparim, Shema, Yashirale, Yahweh, Noah, Yahweh, okay. English translation, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, bless us in Israel in the house of books. And then we said, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. So with that, we'll say Shar Shabbat Wa Chadash once again, Wa Sharkat Kanakah once again, because we will talk to everybody in the evening when we do the closing service for dedication.
Shalom.
What was in your screen? Oh, you did that, right?
Think so.
Yeah.